text. They will be curators of meaning. Di ba? They'll be asked to assemble and shape ideas out of a flood of material. They'll need to know not just what words can do, but what machines shouldn't be allowed to do for them. For now, no? I say for now because we're always moving the goalposts sa AI, and people are moving the goalposts, their own internal goalposts along with them. Remember when you only needed one job, you didn't have to lie about it, di ba? Remember when the work structure was completely different, no, and that it did not inform your or regiment your life, di ba, as it does now, no. The writers of the and that begins with us, no. Hindi nag-uumpisa yan sa research lab, no. Thank goodness, no. Hindi rin nag-uumpisa yan sa, to be fair, no, hindi rin siya nag-uumpisa sa creative writing department, di ba, or sa literature department, di ba. Nangyayari yan sa classrooms, no, where language, imagination, and empathy are still central to how young people understand themselves. Hindi na rin yan pwede mag-umpisa o magtapos sa literary contests, no. Pinag-usapan namin ngayon na Palangka, may nanalo na, di ba? What if may nanalo ng Palangka na bagong-bagong writer? Na sobrang galing yung sinulat niya, di ba? Maniniwala ba kayo na sinulat ng writer na yun in the age of AI? What if yung nanalo, veteran writer, si Charleston nanalo? Di ba? Sumali siya for unknown reasons, di ba? What if siya nanalo? Di kayo maniniwala na AI yun, di ba? Paniniwalaan nyo na si Charleston sumulat yun. That's the divide. No? But if a new writer wins, no matter who the judges are, because it's blind, right? In fact, if I were a judge of the Palangka, if you feed ko na lang lahat ng kwento, 200 stories na I've judged there, and you what, 200, upwards of 200 stories, babasahin mo, di ba? For, magkano ba, 15,000 na talent fee, di ba? So the point is, laborer ako nun, di ba? So hindi ba tama lang na i-feed ko sa machine yung labor, di ba? Di ba tama lang na i-offload ko, right? Let's not talk about the environmental stresses of AI. Ang view ko dyan is, we're the most already the most plastic nga ng SM eh, 5 gamit tayo eh, no? So how does that function now? It's a completely different world, no? So how do we say that language, imagination, and empathy are still central to how young people understand themselves, when in order to get ahead, all they have to do is generate the right prompts? As teachers, you're already on the front lines of this shift. You're teaching the generation that will describe whether technology deepens our humanity, or depends on humanity, or drains it. No, hindi yan malit na bagay, napakalaking bagay. You can't just soldier on, di ba, and say, hindi, basta ganito, I reject AI, di ba? Hindi pwedeng ganun. Hindi mo rin pwede sabihin, sige, AI na tayo, 100%, padala niyo yung di ba? Hindi rin pwede yun. Or, bibigyan ko ng AI agent sa laptop nyo, kailangan makita kong keystrokes nyo. I mean, down the line, di ba? Ba't hindi magkaroon ng tool na ganyan? Kailangan ko makita yung keystrokes nyo habang tinatype nyo yung storya nyo. Di ba? Tapos may keystroke tracker ako na para malaman ko kung human yung nagtatype. Ibig sabihin, may deletions, copy-paste, di ba? You're one step ahead. Then AI will say, okay, we'll simulate that for you, right? So what we'll do today isn't about being for or against AI. It would be sa PEN International, kasama ko si Charleston, no, at the recent PEN conference, no, I was surprised na bakit hindi pinag-usapan yung writing and AI, di ba? Ang PEN kasi freedom of expression. Ba't niyo pinag-uusapan? Ilang gobyerno na nabagsak dahil dito sa AI, di ba, na bine-brainwash nila yung mga social media. Why is there no talk about this? Why is there no resolution about this? So next year, we're going to have a resolution on that. That's how behind international institutions are. So, but ang caution dyan is, PEN is not going to say we promote AI or we agree with it. We're not going to say we will promote it or we are against it either, right? All we have to ask, what should we ask, is how can we guide people toward being thoughtful, self-aware writers in a world full of tools that can think for them. That sentence already is kind of self-defeating, di ba? In a world of tools that can think for them, no? Teaching writing in the age of AI isn't about resistance. It's about guidance. It's about judgment. It's about helping our students stay human and sound human, no? In a time where machines are learning to write too, di ba? So, diyan tayo mag-upisa. Okay. So, Kaya lang title niya Spirits in the Material World kasi gusto ko yung kanta ng The Police. So, finally, magagamit ko. Di ba? So, I just want to make some clarifications. But itong clarifications, well, first of all, they will be about my work as a creative writer. Di ba? But these clarifications also stem from my love for Mrs. Cheeky, my English teacher, no, who really taught me a lot of things, no, about uh, writing and about seeing the world. Therefore, it will also be about my growth as a writer without AI, no, and with AI, diba? So I'm not an academic, no. I'm the most, in fact, I'm sure 100%, I'm the most undereducated person in the room, no. I have a biology degree, pero sa UP Diliman naman, tsaka si Charleston, teacher ko, isang time, once lang ako pumasok sa class niya, pero binigyan niya ako ng 3. So thank you, Charleston. Wala pang AI nun alam na niya. No, so, loko lang. I come from the world of production and deadlines. No? In fact, that's the reason why I cannot attend later's roundtable because talagang, pag may bumukas, talagang, ayan na yung deadline. Alam niyo yan as teachers, di ba? Alam niyo yan as workers, di ba? And I have a family to feed, di ba? And also, my own dreams to feed. I'll tell you why, no? So many, I will be telling you. Students' view of AI may start with abstract ethics, but it's foreseen to reshape learning, creation, and working as it has done in the practitioner's worlds. Creative writing and communication are central to many worlds. They're how culture, business, and technology all tell their stories. Shout out sa dad ko na AB English pumasok ng finance world, di ba? Walang kaalam-alam. Pero pagpasok, teaching writing now means teaching discernment, not just grammar, genre, or craft. So I think ang mahirap ditong tanggapin is yung Grammarly na nagtuturo, no? How many of you use Grammarly? Please don't lie. Okay. You find it, I suppose you find it liberating. Correct? Diba? You use it for your own work too, right? Right? I use it for my, let's say, ako na automatically siya nandun sa email ko. Diba? Parang check niya yung email mo and then bahala ka na. Diba? Paano ayusin, di ba? Now, this lecture also is comes at a great moment talaga. Good moment in my career because it's my jubilee year, 25 years na since my first book, no? So, again, this is Mrs. Cheeky, no? Parang jubilee year ko to, 25 years and malaking bagay yun for me kasi I've spent the last 25 years moving between writing for myself, publishing, writing and producing films, strategizing and creating media, building stories across formats and audiences. Diba? Maraming trabaho dyan, ayoko namang gawin. No? Na parang, ayoko talagang gawin. Diba? Ayoko gumawa ng commercial ng, diba, sabon, ganun. Lalo na, diba? Hindi ko kaya, pero ginawa ko 20 years. So 20 years, hindi ko kaya 20 years. Diba? I've seen how ideas travel from the printed page to the screen to the feed, and how each world reshapes what voice means. It even reshapes what woke means, di ba? It reshapes what moralistic purity means, di ba? I've seen my classroom, in a sense, exists in these places. I'm not making any excuses. I would love to have been educated, but I simply could not afford it. No, I had to work right away. No, that's the lens I bring here, I suppose. No, practice looking for clarity. So I'm also looking for clarity. Now, I have to take you along with my journey, di ba? Kasi pakita ko lang sa inyo, paano nyo naapektuhan yung mga estudyante nyo. Di ba? I think that would make a good lecture so that kabahan tayong lahat. Di ba? But why do teachers matter? No? Katulad nga ni Mrs. Cheeky, yung mga nagturo sa akin, Mrs. Cheeky, si Onofre Pagsanhan, no? Was a great teacher. But because every writer begins with a teacher who believed their words meant something. No? I say this for you guys also kasi naturuan kayo nung wala pang AI, no? So, bakit kayo na-inspire maging teacher, right? I mean, no really. Sa trabaho namin, sa ginagawa naming project ngayon, may isang classroom na yung talagang liblib at saka talagang depressing. 14 years nagturo yung isang teacher doon. And maluluha ka sa ginagawa niya, no? There's a lot of pride in it and a lot of commitment. In a world that prizes speed and output, teachers model attention, patience, and integrity, the slow virtues that make real creativity possible. No? In fact, di ba anachronistic na yung teaching in a classroom in a world where lahat ng meeting mo, naka-zoom ka na. Tapos, okay na ngayon mag-cam off sa meeting. Di ba? Hindi nyo ba na-realize yun na parang dati, okay na mag-Zoom meeting. Tapos naka-cam on. Tapos tinitingnan mo yung kausap mo. Di ba by the end of that, parang drained ka na. After that, natutunan mo na, pwede ako mag-cam on. Hindi ko titingnan yung kausap ko para hindi ako ma-drain. Titingnan ko yung gray area ng screen or neutral area para kunyari nakatingin ako pero hindi ako naubusan ng energy. In that way, I was able to do 7 meetings a day, right? Na Zoom. Finally now, it's accepted na pag hindi mag-cam on yung kausap mo, huwag ka na mag-cam on. Cam off na kayong lahat. Di ba? So, you don't just teach writing, you teach how to see, to name nuance, care about meaning, and recognize voice. But do we? No, do we? If AI is changing the landscape, teachers remain its moral and imaginative compass. Siguro yun lang yung may ibahagi ko sa inyo today, even sa ating workshop, no? How to be your own compass, no? And in this way, no, well, I don't believe in morality in the traditional sense, but your morality toward yourself, no, as a human person, di ba? Anong own ethics ko about my own thoughts, about my own authorship, no? Papasok yun, no? If AI is changing the landscape, teachers must remain its moral imaginative compass. I want to repeat that kasi it's very hard to swallow, no? But we all swallowed it as teachers, no? Mrs. Cheeky swallowed it. Teaching the practice of creative writing. AI is reshaping both creation and value. Alam na natin yan, no? It's changing not only how writing is made, but what counts as original labor. Whose work is it? Di ba? Pag gumawa ako ng ad campaign, socials, no? Guys, meron naman siguro sa inyo gumagawa ng ganitong mga sideline, di ba? Hindi na yung sideline, di ba? Lahat frontline na, no? So, gumawa ka ng campaign, di ba? 3x3 socials, tapos IG, FB, TikTok, tapos gumawa ka ng script ng 3 influencer, 3 KOL, di ba? Tapos, gumawa ka ng campaign timing across X number of topic buckets. That's what your creative writing students are going to face when they quit and they decide to be in a creative economy. Di ba? At sino naman tangang gagawin yan? Di ba? Habang yung katabi niya, ChatGPT. Right? And why should I invest my mind into that? Into selling soap? Right? Why should I? Do they invest in me? Di ba? So, ethics are practice, no? Not theory. The way we model honesty, attribution, discernment in the real world is the lesson. Di ba? In other words, ang discernment natin is anong paglalaanan ko ng oras at anong hindi ko paglalaanan ng oras. Ganun na ngayon di ba? Paglalaanan ko ba ng oras itong lesson plan ko na pwede namang AI? Oo nga naman. Right? Is there an ethical issue with that? Aren't we still the authors of our materials? Di ba? Parang sinabi mo na nag-word processor na ako. I come from the world of type. I mean, when I was 12 years old, I was typing on a typewriter, di ba? Hanggang umaga, may bruises na yung fingers mo. Parang feeling mo, shit. Di ba? Tae. Di ba? Pero, di ba? Parang pagtingin mo, pero, later on, di ba? Meron ka ng word processor, copy-paste. Yun lang, cut and paste, copy-paste. Parang, wow. Nandaraya kaya ako? Nandadaya ba ako pag nag-copy-paste? Ngayon, hindi mo na inisip, di ba? Yung second step dyan, Grammarly. Daya ba to? Di ba? Na inaayos niya yung grammar ko, na hindi niya in-evaluate ang grammar ethics ko. Right? I don't know. Di ba? We're not here to say yes or no, or right or wrong. We're here to discern for ourselves. Right? And in that, the center of that discernment will be, funnily enough, in creative writing. No? That's where you see the center of that discernment. And that's probably where you really realize what's morally yours and morally not yours. No? So the core question for us is, authorship is being redefined, not erased. This redefinition will begin with how we teach and mentor writers who will become authors of whatever they do. Whether it's a content plan, a play, diba? A one-act play or a screenplay, or a treatment for a 10-episode serie, diba? The core question for us is, how do we teach students to value their voice when imitation has become effortless, right? We're not teaching them to not use AI. We're not teaching them to use AI, but we're teaching them to value their voice. I think hanggang dun lang ang pwede kong sabihin. And I have to say this because it's premised on so many things in my worlds of practice. No, that's where I talk about myself. But seriously, ano ang premise natin? AI is changing both creation and valuation. It now co-writes, co-edits, and co-assesses. We have to admit that, right? Pwede natin sabihin yun in the world of WordStar and WordPerfect and Microsoft Word, di ba na hindi ba nagko-co-write din siya, nagko-co-edit, minsan sinasuggest niya, may thesaurus siya. When does it stop, right? When you first picked up a thesaurus, were you thinking, I'm off, di ba? I am offloading the mental labor, di ba, of reading the entire dictionary from A to Z. Something that I attempted. Umabot ako sa abacus. Give up. Efficiency isn't the issue then, no? Hindi siya issue dahil nasa sa inyo na yan at nasa mind yan ng writers nyo at ng estudyante nyo. I refuse to make it an issue where, fucking government makes shortcuts on its own, right? Makes money out of it. Why can't I do it, right? A lot of people will say that AI is a more efficient machine, just as a word processor app is. However, we gain productivity but risk losing voice and judgment. I'm not here to put a value on what your voice or judgment is. But I'm here to say, given as teachers, it's clear that we put a value on that. Diba? Given na yun. Hindi na natin pag-uusapan yun. Ethics are practice, not theory. They appear in every classroom decision about what to automate. And then they appear later on when the student graduates and decides to be a creative writer, or a creative professional. How do we teach students to value their own voice when imitation has become effortless? There's over-reliance and loss of personal identity across all creative writing worlds. And this over-reliance and personal identity has been in a state of erosion since the age of mechanical reproduction. Diba? Pwede mong sabihin na with the first printing material, diba, nawala ang agency ng writer, diba, kasi namatay ang writer, diba, kasi na-distribute yung printed material mo, wala ka ng agency, pwede mo sabihin wala ka na ng identity. Sino ba itong binabasa ko? Diba, I don't care about him, I care about what he wrote, right? On and on and on and on. Ngayon talaga, may authority, may authorship ka na, pero wala na yung identity mo doon, no? So the erosion continues, no? Now, I'm going to talk about the worlds of practice I'm in. Let it be a cautionary tale for you and your students. No, I don't know if I should wish a creative writing career on any of your students, but I'm so thankful that many of you are interested or are looking at the teaching aspect of creative writing, because I still contend that creative writing lies at the heart of good governance, diba? Lies at the heart of being a good democracy, diba? Lies at the heart of good discernment. But it's not just about writing itself. But if they fall into the trap of becoming a writer like me, talagang totoong writer, yan ang problema. So I'm going to talk about the individual worlds and the problems that they represent. I'm not here to give answers, but maybe later sa ating workshop, excited ako, may sagot tayo. So, worlds of practice one. One world I occupy is publishing. AI now shapes the publishing process. Nakikita natin dyan sa right. I don't know if, actually, I saw the lectures briefly, but hindi ko alam kung nasali to, no? Yung nasa top right, it's an AI-assisted front-end children's book workflow. Like, literally ginagawa ngayon yan. So, meron silang consistent-character.ai. It's a tool that allows you to keep your characters consistent. And then you export the character editors, ifo-format niya ng Amazon, distributed na, no? Instantly. You make money out of it, no? The second is a back-end publishing workflow, no? AI will be used to edit and proofread manuscripts. Do you think that's wrong? To use AI in editing and proofreading manuscripts? No, it's not wrong, right? Do you think the proofreader will find it wrong? Next is predict customer trends. Do you think it's wrong? I mean, you're selling a book, right? Third is to create appealing layouts and designs, di ba? Fourth is to conduct in-depth market research and analysis. And fifth is to create immersive reading experiences. Of course, it's so marketing-oriented, kaya nga back-end siya. No? What the writer feels lang is, oh, meron akong trabaho, di ba? Na gusto kong ilabas, di ba? Quietly but pervasively, workflows are now AI-assisted. No, I've handled production and publishing teams that have an AI-driven workflow that are able to do the work of months in weeks. No, what does that do? It liberates the actors, diba? Both the client and the agency, and the writer, diba? It also liberates the work. The work doesn't become colored with, especially if it's a clinical work, no, the work doesn't become colored with personal insight or false insights or shortcuts of the mind, di ba? Kasi nga, rigorous ang AI. That's already a given, right? So, asan ang value ng human authorial judgment? My second point, no? Human authorial judgment still defines value. Risk, taste, and intuition decides what endures. Really? Do they? Di ba? Kung may risky na Quezon, di ba? Pelikulang kung napanood niyo na, no? Hindi ko pa napapanood, di ba? I have a lot of respect for the filmmakers, si Roddy tsaka si Gerald and Roddy. I have a lot of respect for them and I really admire their work, di ba? They took a lot of risk in writing whatever they wrote because I haven't seen it yet. Should they have just given it over to AI, di ba? And did the AI-assisted back-end publishing workflow? They would have made hundreds of millions instead of, let's say, they would have made more than the hundreds of millions they're about to make. Diba? Our role as teachers is to model discernment, no? And to show what cannot be automated is what gives writing, that what cannot be automated is what gives writing its worth. Diba? Let's stick to the idea of creative writing. No? Just as much as the people I've admired who have taken risks, no? Not just in writing things, but in discerning their public stands, in writing their Facebook posts, no? Hindi ko na i-mention kung sino yung mga public figures na halatang halata na AI ang sumulat ng materyales nila, no? Pero kahit dun, di ba? Wala kang discernment na may worth yung sasabihin mo, no? When algorithms sino kaya English teacher nila? When algorithms can predict what readers want, what happens to the publisher's duty to surprise them? It asks whether the industry's increasing dependence on data and automation will make publishing safer but smaller. The point isn't to reject AI, but to question whether convenience and efficiency are quietly eroding the very risk that defines literary discovery. No? Kaya tayo manonood ng sine, di ba? Para hindi niya sabihin sa atin anong alam na natin. Sana, di ba? The reason why we should watch movies and read books is because they'll tell us something we don't know. One hopes, no? Because at the same time, okay naman ako mag-IG lang buong gabi, di ba? Hanggang mamatay na yung telepono ko or matutulog na lang. Guys, ginagawa natin lahat yan, di ba? And it's very comforting, right? Because you know what the world is doing, di ba? Et cetera, et cetera. That's publishing. No, I'm a publisher, and recently we published a book on the healing process of those who survive, of the families who survived the drug war. No, nakakalungkot talaga. No, as in, yung minute namin yung families, mga lola na lang at saka mga apo, dahil patay na lahat ng mga ama at ina. No, so ang point ko lang dun is, pwede na natin i-AI to, di ba? Interview mo na, kunin mo yung transcript, pabasa mo yung transcript, pagawa mo bibigyan ko kayo ng workflow na AI. Diba? Kunin mo yung kanilang interviews. Diba? May human ka na interviewer. Yung transcript nila, AI na gagawa niyan, author.ai. We know that, right? Pagkatapos nakuha ng transcript, sige, i-feed ko na lang sa basic LLM like ChatGPT. Diba? Make a structure out of this. May structure na. Diba? Pagkatapos ng structure, i-feed ko yung structure ulit sa AI, tapos i-feed ko lahat ng interview transcripts, tapos sabihin ko, rewrite this in my voice. Diba? I-feed ko sa kanya lahat ng libro na sinulat ko. Tapos, hindi pa tapos yun. Babalikan ko yung original transcripts, kukuha ako ng mga pull quotes manually. Ilalagay ko sa gitna ng transcript kung saan kailangan lagay. Or, pwede ko i-feed yung pull quotes sa machine. Sabihin ko, indicate where I can put in these pull quotes. You will have talagang a solid, di ba? Unexplainably, di ba? Beautiful and inexplicably perfect document. I have to say that. That even AI trackers or detectors cannot puncture. No? What's more, if I come out with it under my own name, di ba? And I've written 10 books already before the age of AI, sabihin mo tao, obviously siya sumulat niyan. No? So ako na lang, kaming dalawa na lang ng sarili ko at si Mrs. Chiki na patay na ang nakakaalam. Di ba? Pagdating sa film, mas mahirap pa. No? AI now directs the development and pre-production imagination. I know Mai talked about this, but this is also my world. I mean, it's not necessarily my world, but I'm such a big fan of film na inspired din akong gumawa. Pero no, it's not my. I mean, I am a face at the edge of the table, di ba? AI can now write sequence statements, backwrite log lines. In other words, bigyan kita ng storyline. Please make this into a log line, di ba? And pitch decks, yan ang pinakamahirap eh. Ito na yung kwento ko, ito na yung storyline ko, gawin mong pitch deck, di ba? Simulate storyboards, that's basic. Tones, mood, even the instinct, di ba? Given na yan. That's given. No matter how many film project markets and production markets say, if you give a submission, if you submit a pitch deck na merong isang bahid ng AI, we will automatically reject it. Paano naman nila malalaman? Di ba? If I am a professional working with professionals and I can afford the $20 a month na ChatGPT, hindi nila malalaman yun. But style without vision is empty. The real challenge for educators is to teach that difference. What is style, therefore? Diba? Ano ba ang style? Now we're getting to the angle on ano ba ang stylistic sa isang film? Diba? Ano ba ang vision ng pelikula? Diba? Anong vision ni Quezon? Diba? Pwede ko rin masabihin na, write me a film that will polarize audiences. Diba? About the modern auteur. The modern auteur is not the one who writes a perfect scene, but the one who knows which machine to listen to and when to turn off. That's so cute. It's cute, di ba? But I don't know about that. Kasi pagdating mo na sa kadil mo na Netflix, kadil mo na ang let's say lang, kadil mo na ang Viva Max, di ba? And I have a lot of respect for Viva Max, di ba? They create jobs, right? And they have a fantastic business model, no? Hindi ko na, di ba? I don't think I need to defend them. But I can really churn it out, right? How do we help students see that innovation and uniqueness, no, not tech? Has it been shared with you already, or have you already discussed the idea of innovation and LLMs? Okay, the idea that LLMs gather from an existing cloud of ideas and I'm not going to talk about ideas, an existing cloud of words, diba? And how the words connect and create something out of that. Therefore, it cannot create connections and words outside of what it's trained to think, outside of reason, no? So, kunyari, could an AI ever write an absurd story? Diba? Naalala ko tuloy yung short story ni Paulo Manalo na tumatawa lang sila. Tawa lang ng tawa yung mga tao. Tapos sa dulo, sa sobra na tatawa, natatain na sila. So tawa lang sila tawa, tas tae lang sila ng tae sa dulo. It's a serious, and I really admired it kasi kung panoorin yung Pier Paolo Pasolini na 120 Days of Sodom, may ganun din na parang ganun, no? Na feeling. Kaya ba ng AI yun? Diba? Number 2, bakit naman niya kakayanin? Kailangan ba niya kayanin? Diba? Ang masasagot ko lang, diba, no? Na that's unique, diba? It's innovative, diba? Does it make a film? Does it make a filmmaker? Who says those are what makes a filmmaker? No. But as a creative writer, I would like to say na paliit ng paliit ang ating autonomy, no? Ang ating autonomy. In other words, palaki rin ng palaki yung seed, no? Palaki rin ng palaki yung sense ng humanity that we have to, for lack of a better term, protect. No, when I say protect, it means that we have to preserve it like it's a endangered species, like it's a whale, that has completely no sense protecting, because you're wasting so many resources defending the whale rather than just letting it die, for example. For example, di ba? Because in a world where, di ba, matira naman talaga matibay, right? Hindi siya matibay, di ba? So, dahil mo questions sa ganun. My God. Kaya nga, yung Worlds of Practice 3 ko, media and advertising, hindi ka na kailangan mag-isip. Babasahin mo na lang yung brief ng kliyente. Di ba? Automation has made quick creativity routine. AI writes copy, designs layouts, and manages tone. You look at this workflow. That's a workflow that's some of you might actually be familiar with this workflow and even have an even more sophisticated version of this workflow. No, where I can create a campaign for you in 10 minutes. No, walang na-generate na big idea galing sa mind ko. Walang creative idea big sa mind ko. In fact, hindi ko kailangan ng research, hindi ko kailangan ng sentiment analysis sa isang product or brand. Hindi ko kailangan ng brief. Kasi tatanungin ko lang si LLM, look at the media landscape and look at the brand landscape. Where is this brand and what should I do? What do people think about it? Do a sentiment analysis. Pwede ko pang gawing regional yung sentiment analysis for Southeast Asia. Yeah. Pwede ko kaming linguistic ang sentiment analysis for Filipino speakers. No. So, no need, no? But meaning still needs a mind. Empathy, humor, and cultural sense remain unprogrammable. Kaya naman tayo natatawa dun kay Lola Nenas ba yun, yung parang sasagasaan dyan ng truck tapos hindi siya natsagasaan. Diba? Hindi kaya ng AI yan. No. So thank God, no? Alam mo, humor will save us at the end, really. Because the computer can't take a joke, right? Can't make one to save itself, di ba? Hindi siya kasing boy bastos natin, di ba? Kasi talaga si boy bastos talaga, di ba? At saka yung, hindi kaya ng AI na, sir, di ba? Si boy bastos. Oh. Anyway, yun lang natutunan ko nung high school. So, teachers train future communications to use these tools responsibly, not as shortcuts, but as instruments of interpretation. No? What does it mean? What does it mean for me when I study a brand? Ito ang sentiment analysis ko dito sa... Anong sentiment analysis sa UP? Di ba? Let's say, tanungin mo si ChatGPT ngayon. What do people feel about UP? Di ba? Number 1 ba talaga siya? O number 2 siya sa Ateneo? Di ba? Bakit? Jesuit school? Natalo siya? University? So, may mind pa rin na nag-ask me na prompt, and not without some empathy kasi atinista nga ako, di ba? Pero taga-UP rin ako, so I'm conflicted, di ba? So, meron pa rin akong humor, may empathy ako toward myself, and meron pa rin akong cultural sense, di ba? So, in other words, naawa ako sa sarili ko, di ba? Pag tinitingnan ko, di ba? Teachers train future communicators to use these tools responsibly, no? Not as shortcuts, but as instruments of interpretation. How does that play out? I'm going to talk about that later sa workshop natin. You have to help students balance speed with selfhood, to use AI without losing their creative fingerprint. But in the agency, di ba, media and advertising world, nagmamatter ba ang creative fingerprint? Wala ka namang byline, di ba? Does it matter? What matters in the world of media and advertising, I'm getting ahead of myself, I think is not selfhood, diba? Or discernment. Diba? What matters is kung may hook. Diba? Kaya nakakatawa si Lola Nenas, diba? Kaya nakakatawa yung Grab, diba? Yung mga commercials ng Grab na would you believe, diba? Walang AI ginamit. Ang AI ginamit doon sa deployment lang, as far as I know, right? Of course, iisipin mo ba kung saan kung region i-boost itong ad na to, di ba? Dati iniisip yan. Ngayon hindi na iniisip, di ba? Kasi dati, ngayon, yung meta na mismo mag-iisip para sa'yo, di ba? So, which self-food matters in today's creative economy? And where does it matter? Does it matter in the world of media and advertising? Self-food? I can't put my byline on a commercial, right? But that commercial buys me time to write a byline. It buys me the space to create something with a byline and with no other reason, with no other intent than to put a byline. Diba? Patayin na nila ako dahil sinulat ko. Patayin ko na sarili ko sa kakasulat. Diba? Where the self-food matters, the ability to gain more, where does it matter? The ability to gain more freedom in terms of this. Diba? or gain more meaning? I have to say now, when you look at these three worlds so far, di ba? Parang meron, it's beginning to make sense. Di ba? As a creative professional, yeah, I'm going to use my media and advertising aspects to gain me more freedom. Di ba? Because I can write a campaign in 10 minutes, right? And my employer abroad, di ba, will take it. Di ba? Kasi mas mura ako per hour. So what? Di ba? Mas mura naman mamumuhay dito per hour. Di ba? So, wagi. Right? Now we come to the world, the fourth world of practice. No? The writer. I'm talking about the creative writer. Nilagyan ko lang ng ChatGPT. Tinanong ko, oh, okay ba sa'yo yung nobela ko? Wow, flowery. No? So, in the world of the novelist or the short story writer, nothing can be automated. Yan ang rule ko sa sarili ko. No? Ano ibig sabihin nito? Every choice, voice, rhythm, silence is a decision about what it means to be human. In other words, hindi naman yata ako nagkakamali kung finid ko sa AI yung draft ko. Tapos what do you think? Di ba? What do you think? Tapos pag sinabi niya, parang kulang ng structure. Di ba? Parang kulang ng build up yung ganitong part. Nasa ka na ngayon. Di ba? Nag-author na ba siya? Di ba? Sa akin, I don't think so. Di ba? The idea is mine. Di ba? And kung pinakita ko kay Charleston yun, no, having written 325 novels, sasabihin niya sa akin, tama si AI. And my point, right? So what did AI do? It just gathered all the information it needs to know about reasoning and about logic in a story and just told you, alam mo sa pagkakaalam ko, di ba? Hindi masyado structure. Itong part na to mahina. Tatanggapin ko yan. Let's say, di ba? AI can mimic pattern in that sense, di ba? Oh, alam ko. But not purpose. Hindi naman sasabihin ng AI na, alam mo, hindi maganda yung intent mo sa pagsulat mo nito. Hindi maganda yung objective mo. Pare, sabihin niyo sa'yo. Maganda yung pagkasulat, pero yung objective mo, hindi ako agree Di ba? Pero alam mo, dyan ang teacher papasok, di ba? Dyan si Mrs. Cheeky pumasok. True creative writing, AI can mimic pattern. Okay. It can imitate tone, but not the ache behind it. We're going to talk about that ache later. And the only way to understand why ache is so important in the world of creative writing is to feel that ache ourselves. It's not to be able to teach it, but to feel it. No? True creative writing isn't about producing text. It's about producing meaning. No, it begins in uncertainty and ends in discovery. That's the difference for me. No, as a creative writer, di ba? Hindi ako sure. Actually, it even ends in uncertainty, di ba, Charles? Na parang for me, panoorin yung Quezon, di ba? Does it end with certainty? Does it end with discovery in yourself? Di ba? Our classrooms are rehearsal spaces for that kind of courage. Yes, no? We teach to listen for what no machine can hear. We teach to write what hasn't been said. In fact, never has the teaching of creative writing become never has it had the opportunity to become so pure, so close to the bone about being human, so close to being human as now. Why? Kasi nga, palit na yung boundaries mo So na-define mo na siya. Dating creative writing, what I did my summer vacation. Really, di ba? So, tas kopyahan pa. Talaga mo. Kopyahan pa. Okay. Our classrooms are rehearsal spaces for that kind of, okay. But, if AI can already simulate language, what does it mean that writers must now defend the craft of writing, not the craft of writing, but the conditions that make meaning possible. Diba? Di ko na i-defend yung writing ko kasi pwede ko nang linisin yan Alam mo, the moment Grammarly touches your work, kung talagang purist ka, nagalaw na. Di ba? Nagalaw na yung bata. Di ba? No, really, seriously. Di ba? Kung talagang moral purist ka, di ba? I don't know why you would want to be, di ba? Or why it exists, di ba? Kasi parang sinabi mo, hindi. Longhand tayo, pare. Di ba? In other words, when text itself is no longer scarce, the writer's real labor shifts from producing words to preserving the human contexts in which words still matter. That human context, all of a sudden, napakaliit na. Parang yung 14-year-old, di ba? Tanungin mo, ano pang natitira sa'yo na hindi nagagalaw ng digital world? Or hindi nagagalaw? Or, tanungin nyo sarili nyo, ano pang natitira sa opinion nyo na hindi nagagalaw ng socials? Di ba? Sa tingin nyo, yung pagboboto nyo, hindi nagagalaw ng socials? Galaw na yan. Di ba? I'm talking about socials, not search, di ba? Not raw research. I'm talking about socials. Socials alone, di ba? Yung everyday choices nyo na lifestyle, everyday choices nyo ng coffee nyo, di ba? Kung anong drawing na gusto nyo ilagay sa coffee nyo, di ba? Anong part pa ng buhay nyo hindi affected ng socials? So, we have to preserve the human context, di ba? Silence, doubt, contradiction, moral risk, time. No? That is the core that we have to, I'm not going to ask why we should do that, di ba? Maabot na rin tayo sa core of asking ourselves, di ba? Why should we remain human, di ba? Or what is humanity, etc., etc. Zen na ba to talaga, di ba? Na hindi ko na kailangan mag-isip, di ba? Nothing, no? I can continue living, being nothing, no? I'm going to put that aside, although pinesent ko muna, no? Put that aside, no? The novelist's work or the writer's work isn't only to write what hasn't been said, it's to ensure that saying still means something. So, when you, 15 minutes left. Okay. Thank you. Yun. So, the final world of practice is for all of us, no? The teacher, di ba? The teacher is the beginning of that world of practice. Mrs. Cheeky, no, my teacher na, yun na nga, sinuspend, dalawa kami, best friend ko, sinuspend kami for cheating. So pareho kami nakaposte na buong araw. Oo nga, mali yung ginawa natin. Sabi niya ganyan, no? Writers have always been technologists. From ink to typewriter to touchscreen, every generation has redefined the tools of imagination. Teachers belong to that same lineage. You work with the evolving technologies of the time, no? Language, mind, and meaning. But AI is a different kind of tool. That's why you're here. And that's why I'm here, because I also want to understand, diba, what makes teachers still believe. Diba? Moral literacy is a new craft, and I use moral literacy in a different way. No? Knowing when to automate and when to insist on the human gesture, that is the art of teaching now. No? It's not making a judgment on it. Diba? It's not saying mali ito, mali, tama yan. It's just practicing that moral muscle. No? Practicing that boundary. Siguro pwede na, it'd be nice to think about it as establishing a boundary, diba, between yourself and the AI. No? There is now a boundary because the past few years we've flattened the boundary between us and our devices. No? So much so that it literally is a part of yourself. It has disappeared as a part of yourself. So sobrang niyang replicable, sobrang niyang secure, pwedeng mawala yung cellphone mo, hindi mo feeling na nanakawin yung data mo. Diba? Bibili ka na ng bagong phone, magla-login ka to Google, or mag-login ka to Apple, refreshed, everything. Your data intact. Diba? Pansin nyo ba, debit or credit cards, kahit na hindi mo credit card, itatap mo na lang, hindi ka na papapirmahin. What does that mean? No? Your boundaries have vaporized. No? So, same with AI tools. No? You have to create a boundary, and that's what. Curation is authorship, mentorship is curation. No? In an age of abundance, no, the teacher's true work is to select, frame, and interpret to help students tell what is signal and what is noise. No? And that's in the student. That's not even in you. No? You have to help the student find out what is their signal, diba? Amid all the noise. No? And when I say noise, it's also an exercise. Huwag natin pag-usapan kung ano ang noise, anong hindi. It's an exercise for them to determine, to discern what is noise. And your exercises, your in-classroom exercises, not necessarily the curriculum, I have to say, will determine. No, will help them determine, ito yung signal ko. Diba? At pag alam na nila yung signal nila versus the noise, they will be able to discern what is theirs. Now, wala na sa inyo yun kung sa dulo, diba, magiging contractor sila. Diba? Gagawa sila ng kontrata, di ba? Tapos, wagi, di ba? Or, maging creative writer sila na maninira ng mundo, di ba? Gagawa ng negative na trabaho, di ba? Or, maging speech writer, di ba? Para sa isang populist, di ba? Nagagawa ng script, na i-operationalize ng mga black hat na troll, di ba? The teacher's task is to help each student locate and defend their creative line. No? That invisible threshold where authenticity resists automation. No? Pag umabot na tayo dyan sa inner core ng boundary na yan, di ba? Then, you can have a discussion on anong feeling nyo. Di ba? If every technology extends human capacity, AI extends human judgment. The question for teachers is not how to use it, but how to remain conscious while doing so. It reframes the teacher not as a gatekeeper, but as a moral technologist, someone who models discernment in real time. The craft now lies in teaching students how to preserve their attention, intention, and integrity inside an environment built to erode them. No? The environment really is built to erode humans, no? And humans built that environment and that machinery that will erode the weaker ones among them. So there is a philosophical shift. AI hasn't stolen our jobs, it has stolen our illusion of control. The anxiety isn't about replacement, no, it's about realizing how much of what we can do can already be simulated. Even as teachers. For teachers, this realization is transformative. No? Education should no longer be framed as resistance to technology. Let's not have this debate na AI in the classroom, no AI in the classroom. Diba? Let's talk about what exercises are nice na walang AI. What exercises are cool na may AI. No? Only as discernment within. The only way you can be discern, diba? One way of really being able to discern is to participate. No? I don't know if you can boycott AI. Our role is not to draw hard boundaries between human and machine, but to teach students how to live with intention and meaning. No? Means teaching them how to know when to trust the algorithm and when to listen to themselves. Alam mo itong listening to themselves, talagang paulit-ulit, pero talagang ask a 14-year-old, really, kung anong pinapakinggan nila. And then, ask yourselves, when you vote, diba, are you really listening to yourself? No? What part of you are you listening? Yung nag-Facebook, nakita mo yung kung sino yung, ito oppositionist. Boto. Diba? Ay, biglang sumali sa majority. Yoko na. Yeah. Ethics then becomes a rhythm. A daily embodied choice about what we let the machine decide for us and what we must decide for ourselves. We want to teach the students that. No? Teachers are now the interface between policy and practice. We decide what responsible use looks like in real life. Of course, we don't decide how they're going to use it, but we have to decide. Responsible use is such a fuzzy term. No, I'm going to refine that later on. Moral literacy is a new pedagogy, yes. Knowing when to automate. Curation equals authorship. Mentorship equals policy. That's very clear. Our work, therefore, is to create learning environments where mistakes, curiosity, identity, self-discovery, innovation, uniqueness, interestingness, diba? Humor, diba? Kabastusan, kabulastugan. Follow niyo yun? Follow niyo yun. Grabe, nakakatawa. Still matter more than optimization. May world na ganun pa rin. No? Kung hindi sila interesado sa future, that is fine too. Diba? So, case study, I will end with this. Tama ba? 15 minutes. Eksakto. Okay. I'll end with it. Eksakto. Do not go gentle to that good night. It's a villanelle by Dylan Thomas, of course. No? Do not go gentle to that good night. Let's talk about that first line because it's a villanelle. That first line gets repeated a lot. No? Why is this difficult for a machine to reproduce? Do not go gentle into that good night. No? I mean, as it is now, it's already a contradiction. Why won't I? It's a good night. Why won't I go gently? I want to go gently into that good night. No, really. Show me a good night, I'm gonna go in gently. No? So bakit nga? Why is this difficult? Di ba, if I were a machine, sabi ko, of course I will go in gently. Self-care, di ba? Self-care against the dying of the light, di ba? I-moisturize, di ba? Lahat, gawin mo na. Di ba? Because hesitation is the signature of thought. No? It's where language meets doubt, where voice becomes human. Itong hesitation, anong rootedness? Saan naka-root itong hesitation na to? I'll say, this is segueing toward our workshop. Saan naka-root itong hesitation na to na si Dylan Thomas, inisip niya, do not go gentle. Di ba, may good night, do not go gentle. Di ba? Sulat ko kaya to. Di ba? And then, wow, villanelle. One of the most complicated, one of the most morally complicated forms. No? Because hesitation is a signature of thought. It's where language meets doubt, where voice becomes human. Talaga bang gently na lang ako papasok sa night na to? Di ba? Hindi ko alam eh. Pag nilapagan ako ng night na gentle, di ba? Pasok ako ba ng gently yan or not gently? Di ba? Hindi ko alam eh. It's not speed, no? But the capacity. The capacity to linger, to think, to feel. Sa buhay ko, di ba? Isip ko si Mrs. Cheeky. Tinuro niya sa amin to. Di ba? Siya, pinili niya maging teacher. Di ba? Gentle kaya yun sa kanya? Choice na yun. Di ba? Magturo ng estudyante. Araw-araw. Di ba? Good night. Huwag na natin isipin kung good ba yung goods na ako dito, pre. Goods. Hindi, di ba? So, and pag naisip ko yung buhay niya, di ba? Namatay siya, nagtuturo pa, di ba? Out of the hundreds of teachers of taught me, and I can name you each one that mattered, no? They did not go gently into that good night, di ba? So, too late na pala, naturo na niya sa akin yun, no? Dahil sa pagiging writer ko, di ba? Ang dami kong struggles, di ba? Dami kong kahirapan. Hindi ako naging investment banker. Naputulan ako ng, hindi kuryente, tubig. Naputulan ako ng tubig. Could you imagine? 200 pesos. Naputulan ng tubig. Sasabit ka sa jeep araw-araw. Di ba? Hindi yun gentle. Hindi good night yun. Di ba? Pero pinili ko yun dahil sa mga taong katulad niya. Di ba? At ngayon, na nandito na tayo. Di ba? Heto na si ChatGPT. Di ba? Ano pa yung, di ba? Sarap pumasok doon. Napaka-gentle din ni ChatGPT. Di ba? Nakita niyo yung comment niya sa novel ko, it's the best. Di ba? God damn. Di ba? Parang gusto ko sabihin, hindi gusto ko ipasok ang nobela ni Charleston eh. Please compare. No? But, let's end with that. No? Not speed, not fluency, but the capacity to linger in our own nights. Di ba? Papasok pa tayo na gently, no? Bakit hindi? Diba? So in our workshop na sa following, it's gonna be fun, but we will not go gently into it either. No? Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sir Sarge. Tama nga si Sir Sarge, walang gentle dito. So diretso na po tayo sa ating Q&A. So kung meron po tayong mga katanungan para kay Sir Sarge.
Sorry, may Q&A pala. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hindi ko alam.
Opo, sir. So
baka may
po kaming
kayo.
headphones.
Thanks.
Any questions po?
Yes, sir. Sige, ikaw na lang mag-ano. Sorry.
Sir, yung pagiging gentle is forgettable kasi. Kailangan madiin. Mas masarap ang madiin. Well, ito po yung tanong ko, sir. When everyone begins to write with AI, who will still choose to read? And when readers start to believe that the words are no longer human?
That's a good question, and nangyayari yan ngayon. No? It's called the dead internet theory. Na pag tumingin ka sa Facebook, AI ang nagsusulat ng post, AI ang nagko-comment. No? Kasi yung mga commenters, please write a good rebuttal for this post. Diba? Tapos please write it in my language. Diba? Tapos tatagalogin nila, tapos Englishin nila. Believe me, lahat ng mga tools na yun. No? So, the answer is, hirap sabihin pero parang, aabot talaga tayo sa ganun. Kung wala tayo doon. Kung wala pa tayo doon. Which I think nandun na tayo. It's called the bots are reading the bots. No. And only the voters are really bots as well. No? Why do you think they'll still vote? Halatang halata na yung nangyayari doon, iboboto pa rin nila. Di ba? Halata na eh. Di ba? So, ibig sabihin, sa mind nila, tama yung vote nila. Di ba? So, sila na yung, di ba, automated, no? Because the system is I'm just gonna illustrate it in terms of an election, di ba? Because the electoral system is already automatic, they can't play with it, di ba? Nakasuhan na nga si Smartmatic sa states, di ba? They can't play with it. They will play with the voters' minds, no? It's a natural shift, no? So where are we? What do we do, di ba? Yes, all the more, it comes down to self-discernment. Oh, di ba? And I should say, maybe one day, and I hope that day comes soon, di ba? We understand that the very platform that we're working with, that we listen to, Meta, di ba? That this very workshop and panel is being broadcast from, di ba? Is itself, di ba, a compromised platform. It has been sold and bought, no? And it sells and buys your data, no? So therefore, what is important, maybe in the end, our boundaries will also hopefully exclude that from our inputs, no? That's where we become thinking emotive machines, di ba? Meron ding risks doon, syempre, kasi you cannot, di ba? That's why the teaching of creative writing is so important for me. Babalik lang ako doon. Kasi it teaches you discernment about what is human in you, in your processes, versus what is not. Maybe down the line, it will help teach you, hindi na human yung nangyayari na binabasa ko Parang may script. Parang papunta dito eh. Di ba? Tapos bakit lahat ng news items ko art card? Hindi ko na yung article, hindi ko na binabasa. Hindi ko na binabasa yung primary source. Art card na lang ako. Di ba? So, papunta yan somewhere. One hopes. Yes, there was another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Gusto ko lang pong marinig yung stand nyo tungkol sa, is it ethical po na i-check ng AI ang essay ng isang bata, lalo na as a teacher, we are encouraging them to be themselves, maging authentic doon sa creative writing. Hindi po ba ito doon contradiction sa kapag chinek ni AI yung kanilang essay, so galing kay AI yon. At kung ethical, paano papasok si teacher doon na may human touch as teacher? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks for that question. And in fact, important yan. It's not as basic as we think, di ba? Kasi ang checking, what does checking an essay mean? Di ba? Check mo for grammar. Check mo for construction, di ba? Kayang-kaya ng AI linisin lahat yan, right? In fact, I'm almost 100% sure you will have classes na 100% ang grade ng wala nang grammar school, guys, no. Kalimutan na natin grammar school, prompt engineering school na tayo, di ba? So, ang sagot ko diyan, ang intent. Authorial intent matters, no. So yes. Hirap sabihin eh. Kasi for example, judge ako ng Palangka, 250 stories, di ba? Namumuhay lang naman tayo, di ba? 15,000 yung bayad, di ba? 250 stories. Bale parang ilang man hours or woman hours na yan, di ba? Ang tindi niyan, di ba? So, talagang kawang gawa, number 1, di ba? Number 2, you're doing it for the art, right? Number 3, ba't di ko na lang i-feed sa machine to lahat, di ba? Sabihin ng machine, this seems to be the most well-reasoned out story. Or this seems to be the story with the best structure. Sige, tapos sabi mo, gusto ko i-prioritize mo yung grammar. Okay, this is the best grammar or best construction. O prioritize mo yung language kung tama yung Filipino niya. Kaya na niya gawin yan, ha? Yes, medyo colloquial to, pero okay. Diba? Nasa sayo yan kung gagawin mo, diba? To be honest, to be fair. Because it's a black box. Nobody can see what you're doing when you're checking papers. Diba? And I'm not gonna get in there and tell you mali yung ginagawa mo. Tapos papakita mo sa akin, ito yung buhay ko. Magigisa ako 4:00. Di ba? Check ako ng papers. Uwi ako 10:00. Di ba? Kailangan ko iinom. So, hindi naman. Pero ang point ko dyan is, there will come a time, and the time might not be now or now, where we will understand that what we will have to read or what we will have to check for, diba, is intent. Is the intent of the writer, diba? And lumalaki yung trust value ng students mo sa'yo at saka yung trust mo sa students mo. Diba? Hindi ko masasagot kung ethical yan or hindi. Kasi, remember there was a time na generating video was not ethical. And now, whatever you say, di ba? Kahit ano pang sabihin ng mga academics, di ba? Ginagawa na yan lahat ngayon. At kumikita na sila dyan. Di ba? Bakit ako magpapahuli? No, really, di ba? Bakit ako magpapahuli bilang laborer, di ba? Like me as a writer, di ba? Binigyan ko ng project, isulat mo nga itong technical manual na to para sa isang refrigerator. Gumawa na ako nun bilang copywriter, di ba? Diyos ko, kung may AI lang nun. Siyempre, paggawa ko na sa AI, di ba? Di ba? Unethical ba yun? I don't think so. Diba? Because it's a process paragraph. It doesn't require style. So, nandun din yung intent. Anong intent mo sa pagbigay mo ng essay assignment na yun? Gusto mo bang may reveal sila? Gusto mo bang i-test yung kanilang reasoning? If that's the intent, then doesn't matter. Diba? Pa-check mo na lang sa AI kasi AI din ang gumawa nun. Diba? So, that's what I mean when lumiit yung area of responsibility ng pagiging human. Diba? Ang responsibility nila sa isang essay at ang responsibility mo sa pag-check ng essay mo, nag-iba na. Diba? Hindi ka na mag-check for grammar, may Grammarly na eh. Diba? But at the same time, gusto ko ang intent baseline. Baseline ng estudyante ko as writers. O sige, itong buong class na 1 hour and 30 minutes, on the spot writing kayo. No, diba? Notebooks and phones off. O, yan ang baseline ko. Lahat ng work nyo ngayon, i-judge ko against this style and against this manner of writing. Diba? Then pwede.
Yes.
Hello po, good morning po. Jake po from
Hi,
UPSI. Medyo align lang po sa publication experience niyo po yung tatanungin ko. I recently co-authored also a textbook in English. And parang one of the challenges na na-experience namin with the company. I mean, both kami nung publishing house medyo na-stress because because when you're preparing the textbook, yung one of the challenges is securing some of the rights sa mga publication. And may discussion kasi doon, I mean, may short story doon na ayokong i-negotiate. Gusto ko yun talaga yun. So, kasi yun yung align doon sa mismo curriculum guide. So, sobrang hirap mag-reach out sa company na may hawak ng rights nung short story. And nung na-stress ako during that time, I remember my friend saying, bakit ka ba na-stress, te? Sabi niya ganun. Pwede ka naman mag-search ng AI dyan na pwede mag-generate ng similar na short story. So medyo na-bother din ako. Sinabi ko na parang, it might be, pero hindi yun yung authentic na literary text na gusto kong magamit sa mga classrooms. So my question po is, have you ever experienced like checking some of the outputs na might be AI generated already, especially recently lang po, and with the changes sa mga curriculum na meron tayo? And if ever po, in the future, our publishing company now reconsidering that because we have Creative Commons, public spaces, and then self-authored text na allowed for textbooks. Since napag-uusapan natin na it's okay na magkaroon ng AI, so would there be any consideration already na may AI-generated category na rin po ba for literary text to be included in textbooks? Yun po.
Well, the short answer is no. No, I would not. Kasi it parang sinabi mo parang ang question dyan is, okay ba magka-AI generated feelings? Di ba? Parang yun ang question, yun ang heart of it. But I'll give you a practical example, and good. Thank you for asking also. Nangyari to very recently, 2 instances, no? Because I'm editor of a number of publications, diba? From Esquire Philippines to a travel journal called Panorama, no? May nag-submit ng article, parang critical analysis, academic critical analysis ng poets, no? Yung poets na yon, we all know them. Hindi ko lang in-name kasi I don't know, diba? I don't need to. But kilala natin yung mga poets na yon, no? Nabubuhay sila ng totoo at saka nabubuhay sila sa curriculum, no? Doon sa article na sinubmit at pinublish, may sinite na trabaho yung writer at kinote na poem na hindi sila sumulat. AI ang nag-generate. So, not only is it like wrong attribution, it's a completely fabricated, no? Hallucinated, no? The second example I'll make is something closer, no? Very recently, an article written about me. No? It cited a book. It quoted from a book that I had written that I never wrote, no? Hindi ko na lang sila konerek kasi parang nagkakayaan tayo dito eh. Ilagay ko na lang sa CV ko yung libro. Di ba? Okay na, lamang na. Kunin ko na yan. Di ba? Di ba? Seriously, yun ang nangyari, di ba? How do you expect me to feel? Di ba? Number one, ginamit nyo lang yung pangalan ko, nilagyan nyo ng kung anong quote, hindi naman kayo interesado sa sinulat ko. Di ba? Gusto nyo lang, saan kayo interesado? Interesado kayong ma-publish. Di ba? So, in that sense, di ba, the textbook that wants to be published and resorts to citing a fabricated, fabricated, the word is fabricated, di ba? A fabricated source, no? Meaning a piece of work that was generated not by humans but by AI, di ba? It's sort of doing it for itself. It's not doing it for humanity. Di ba? You missed the point about writing. Why are you showing this as a piece of writing where writing itself is a human activity? Di ba? In this case, in the case of your textbook, for example, di ba? If it's creative writing, di ba? So, anong pinapakita nun ng aspect, di ba, ng writing? Ang pinapakita niya yung perfection in it, the way it's reasoned out, the craft of it, di ba, the grammar, that's all taken care of. Di ba? Para sinabi mong, di ba, itong artwork na to, ang galing ko, ginawa ko to, di ba? Pero prompt ang binigay ko, di ba? So I think I still feel, I don't even feel conflicted. I still feel negative about AI-generated artwork, which is more clearly derivative, di ba? Kasi wala siyang lexicon eh, di ba? Images lang talaga na grab, di ba? Pero yung words, derivative lexicon yun, di ba? Pero doon kasi and that's the exercise, no? It goes against the very reason why people write. So, what does it point to? The demand to be published, di ba? The desire to be published and to be recognized as an authority in creative writing or an authority piece or a source by creative writing. And that's inherently dishonest for me.
Ayun po. So, I think that's a good place to stop para sa portion na ito.
Sorry.
Go lang po, sir.
Thank you.
So, yun po. I guess we'll have our workshop after our break na sinisimulan na din natin ngayon.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you po. So, I guess ang pwede din nating i-take away doon ay katulad ng mga nasabi natin from the previous sessions that we had is napaka-importante talaga that we understand, lalo na ginagawa naman natin sa workshop na ito, is to draw that line of where the morals and ethics of AI is. Dahil si AI mismo, wala siya nun. And that's where we take advantage of it. So we clarify our attitude towards the mismong, not just the GPTs that we encounter, but also with how we relate to it, kung ano yung gamit natin sa kanya. Kasi at the end of the day, ang importante pa rin ay ang ating capacity for self-discernment. At even much more so now, it's not just discernment, but vigilant na discernment natin when it comes to accepting these things that are created by AI. Kasi katulad nga nung example ni Sir Sarge kanina, meron mga peking lumalabas na puno lang ng palabok at hindi natin yung ma-enjoy. Kaya i-enjoy natin ang ating palabok ngayon. Thank you po. Nalusot natin, sorry. So yun po, we will resume our workshop by 10:40 po. Thank you, everyone. Napakabilis ng moments. Tara po, sir. Start po tayo ng work. Nakalink na po siya sa Apa. Yes, sir. So, workshop na po tayo for today.
Hi guys, workshop na tayo. Mabilis lang naman to pero parang what I also want to do is something that my teachers, my own teachers, no, in the old structure of schooling, never really had to go through, no. And I feel na we should go through as teachers also, teaching in particular creative writing, no, kasi in order for us to understand nga these boundaries that we have to create, the human being has to create within themselves. Kasi nga naging iba na eh, no, parang when we teach creative writing, when creative writing was taught before, and I used to teach it in UP also, sa undergrad, no, when it was taught before, you really taught them to turn in work, and you would talk about the work or workshop it or judge it according to the work soundness in terms of the way the work has been argued or the way the narrative plays out, di ba? Ngayon nga, because of AI, pwede na natin sabihin with some certainty na I think we have to get one foot ahead of that, di ba? It's like saying hindi na tayo di ba? If you don't know, di ba? Some schools used to teach even as recent as one generation ago, no, they used to teach shorthand, no. I think they still do, di ba? Or even longhand. Why teach it? You will never write longhand unless you block letters, di ba? Sa passport application or whatever, di ba? Hindi na ginagamit ngayon, no? In fact, any transaction now, hindi mo kailangan ng ballpen, no? So, in this case nga, iba na yung ating ina-acknowledge na root ng creative writing at saka it's no longer a game of raw, let's say, skill, craft, no? It's something deeper about creative writing. So the workshop is, teka lang, yan. Oh no, ang liit. Ethics as praxis, no? Babasahin ko lang. And you don't have to read it. I'll read it. I'll for you. Being for or against AI is too simple. No, what matters is governance, how we set classroom norms for its use. And the classroom has changed. No? Remember when flipped classrooms were being talked about and all of a sudden they're not talked about? No? Flipped classrooms right before the pandemic were all the rage, and besides maker spaces, and now di na pinag-uusapan, naging beyond na tayo. No? Each educator, and that's because also of AI, no? Each educator defines the ethical boundary. That boundary must be visible, discussable, and revisable. Well, that's what I mean by revisable. No? Nag-move talaga yung goalposts nung anong pwede, anong hindi. And we have to be able to determine them. More critically, we have to help shape people to determine it themselves. No? There's integrity. Integrity in meaning means a transparency in the process. No? But how do we achieve transparency in the writing process where they're supposed to write let's say lang, a 3-page short story, diba? Or a 2-page essay in their own time, and they give it to you, no? Unless you have them literally physically do it, right? At which point, yung case is, ilolonghand pa nila yon, no? In which case, it might disrupt the writing flow pa, because they're not already brought up in the world of longhand writing. No? Ethics is not a statement, therefore, it's a workflow, no? Dito natin i-discuss kung bakit workflow and ethics, no? The workflow is built into how we frame the prompts, what we ask students to think about, and what we permit them or their machines to answer, no? So ano ang process sa creative writing class, 'di ba? Ano ang process na bibigay mo sa class mo na sila gagawa? Na at anong process sabihin mo, sige, pwedeng bigay mo na sa AI yan. 'Di ba? Kasi kung hindi, or sabi mo, hindi, wag kayo mag-AI, and then they'll do it anyway, right? How do we assess work? Do we reward originality, process, or polish? Polish, I don't know anymore. Process, maybe. How do we give feedback, di ba? If we correct toward clarity, do we correct toward voice? Di ba? Our exercise hopefully expands that meaning, no? The idea of voice and the idea of creativity in writing, no? How do we disclose our own use of tools, modeling transparency rather than perfection? What does transparency mean in our use of tools? Ginamit ko po dito yung Grammarly. Yung transparency. Diba? So ethics becomes procedural. We practice it every day. It's part of the rhythm of the bots. Yeah. So most AI-proof exercises fail because they still revolve around producing text, which is precisely what machines do best. So parang I will caution from saying na, ganitong gawin nyo, lagyan nyo ng guardrails, bigyan nyo ng system, lagyan nyo, up to the point nga, lagyan nyo ng keystroke tracker, di ba? Para malaman mo kung talaga sinusulat nila yung essay nila, tapos may analytics ka over the night kung sinong gumawa. Pwede nyo gawin yan kung asshole kayo, no? Pero wag nyo gawin sana yan, no? It'll just teach people not to trust you, di ba? We need to create exercises that are about process, intention, and embodied context, not output. In other words, exercises that bring out real creativity and intentioned creativity. Bakit ko gusto maging creative writer? Di ba? Dahil gusto kong, di ba? Let's begin by saying the unsayable. Di ba? Writing the unwritable. Yan naman yung aking, as a lifelong na ngayon. No? Kasi at my age, I can die anytime. The art of writing is the art of writing the unspeakable. Diba? Kasi if it can be spoken, if it can be said, diba? If it can be written, bakit pa ako magiging fictionist? No. When I write a story, I aim to write something that really cannot be said. No? Hindi mo masabi in words. That's why you have to write a fictional story about the truth. No? That's what creative writing is to me. Writing a movie, for example. But kung gagawin movie yan, isulat ko na lang yan as a paper. Di ba? Bakit pa may palabok? Bakit pa may emotion? Bakit pa may character na ganyan? Di ba? Because I want to say something that's unsaid. And that's, to me, lies at the heart of what can AI do and not do. So here's an exercise. This is the exercise. Huwag na itong close your eyes for 2 minutes. Open your eyes. Recall a moment that you've never written about because it felt unsayable. So I'm going to put you in as students now in my class, let's say. Let's say I dared to become a teacher, diba? Dared to teach you guys who know how to teach. And say, think about a moment, diba? And I'm in you're my creative writing students, no? Think about a moment that you've never written about dahil nahiya ka or dahil gusto mong i-bury, dahil masakit yung moment. I mean, if you're going to be creative writers, right? We're going to write about the worst moments in our lives, no? Not just the best, no? About something that's unsayable, that you haven't spoken about in a long time or that you cannot speak about. Uy, namatay yung projector. Yan. Okay, so something that's unsayable, di ba? Parang I recall another piece of writing called A Separate Piece. No? It's a story where yung best friend niya kasama niya sa puno. Tapos hindi niya maiisip kung nahulog yung best friend niya. Hindi niya maiisip kung tinulak ba niya or inalaw niyang mahulog or pinabayaan niya nahulog. Unsayable yung moment, di ba? Kasi medyo may galit siya eh. May moments na ganun sa buhay natin, di ba? May moments na ganun na unspeakable, unsayable. The first thing to do as a teacher of creative writing is to be the creative writer yourself. Is to open your heart to that kind of wound. No? That's what makes teaching creative writing so difficult. Is because you must place yourself in the shoes of the creative writer. So this is the ask. Think about a moment you've never written about because it felt unsayable. Could it be a violent moment? Could be a sad moment. Could have been an ecstatic moment. Katulad nga nung kanina na do not go gentle. Ayun yung pumasok kayo na hindi gentle. Then without writing words, represent that moment using marks, shapes, diba? Or gestures. Shapes, gestures, images on paper. Isulat niyo sa evaluation form niyo. Diba? No letters allowed. No words allowed. Nothing that ChatGPT can turn out. So this is an exercise basically that you can't use ChatGPT on. Diba? Think about that moment in your life. Diba? Create a series of images. You can create a map. You can create a cloud. Eh kung anong nangyari sa inyo, sobrang violent that you cannot create a string of consequences, right? Kasi a string of letters is essentially a consequences. Is essentially a logic, no? But if walang logic, di ba? It's just really a blot of feeling that you cannot describe. No? An embarrassing moment in the classroom. An embarrassing moment in the department. A hateful moment in the department. A moment when you hated everyone. A moment when you hated somebody. Diba? Or fell in love with somebody. But you cannot say it. Because why? Forbidden love? Yeah, why not? Diba? Yan lang yung exercise natin. Now, make sure that the images are not exact, di ba? Kunyari, di ba? Yes, ito nangyari sa akin. Nalasing ako, tapos ganyan, ito-drawing mo talaga yung taong nalasing. Walang ganun, no? Huwag yung gawin yan, no? They should be symbols that are private to you, that you only know, and that are pure to you, so that you can even keep that as a remembrance, no? Of something that really happened to you that you could never have said. That's what creative writers go through and should go through. Diba? That's what the heart of creative writing is. Diba? Creating something that was never there before, innovating a moment, making a moment unique. Bakit naging unique? Ang kahihiyan na na-feel mo sa moment na kung ano man yun, for sure, hindi na-feel yun in its exact weight, in its exact feeling and granularity ng kahit sino pa mang nag-undergo ng same feeling. Diba? Kung nagkaroon kayo ng racist encounter, sulat nyo. Nagkaroon kayo ng humiliating encounter sa family, sulat nyo. Make a drawing of it. You can use 5 symbols, 6 symbols, 7. I will give you, maybe 20 minutes to do it. Make sure that only you can understand it. But when you see it, it's clear to you. I'm going to go one step ahead and warn you that you might be asked to share that. So, make sure that the symbol is a personal symbol and it speaks of your own unspeakable moment. Why is this important? No? As you already start drawing, I'm going to talk a little bit. No? So please start. No? Why is this important? Because we're understanding the difference between generating something, diba? And drawing something from yourself. We're also understanding that at the end of the day, baka ito na lang natitira sa atin na creative writing. Kasi lahat ng aspects ng creative writing, crafting a sentence, even making a stream of consciousness essay or piece of fiction is so doable by AI. They can bridge any gap, no, faster and easier than the best writer can. No? Write in the style of Virginia Woolf, di ba? For example, write the style of Kripyuson, di ba? Or write in the style of Pete Lacaba, di ba? Madali na ngayon. So, without using words, represent that moment in your life. Di ba? A moment of great pain, great happiness, great suffering, great embarrassment, great anger. Diba? Great love. I hope, diba, meron kayong moment of great love na unspeakable. That's part of the creative writing process. That is the process that you want your students to go through as creative writers. Now what we're doing is you're externalizing the emotion, diba? You're using things other than words. Outside the boundaries of how emotion should be conventionally written out. Diba? But I'm also trying to help you put your feet in a creative writer's shoes, in a real writer's shoes, no, na hindi chat GPT, di ba? Na talagang pinanghuhugutan niya. I guess part of the exercise is to encourage creative writing as an exhibitionist act, diba? Or as an act of sharing. No, it also encourages creative writers in the classroom to regard writing as a social act, diba? As a community act, diba? When you share your feelings, no, or your feelings about something, when you write it down, it's meant to be shared with a community, especially now, a community of humans, no. So that's part of the exercise, diba? Na to understand what the essence of creative writing is, diba? And by not using words, we also understand how private it is and how personal it is. The process is also not meant to hijack your teaching process, but also to illustrate how much pain and authenticity sincere creative writing requires, no, from a person. No? Okay, meron pa bang hindi tapos? Does anybody need more time? It's okay. Of course, ano. Tapos na tayo? Okay, so for the next part of the exercise, um, I want to ask you to find a partner. Could be a stranger, it's okay. Sana stranger, wag friend. Just find a random partner, no? Find a random partner. Find a random partner. Okay, everybody ready na? May partners na kayo? Thank you. Okay, let's imagine okay, someone else. Someone who doesn't share your body, your culture, your language, or your memory has just found your drawing without knowing the original emotion, intention, or narrative. No? Write a text as if you're that person who found that piece. Diba? You're trying to understand what this person means with the drawing. Okay? So each participant, you give your non-verbal drawing and written, you give your, sorry, malito. You give your non-verbal, tama to, pero ayusin ko. You give your pakita nyo yung drawing nyo sa partner nyo. Tapos yung partner nyo, write in short text, in one sentence or whatever, 2 sentences, take your time. Kung gusto nyo, type nyo pa. Gamitan nyo ng AI. Try nyo gamitan ng AI, di ba? Di ba? To translate it. To turn it into a story. Or whatever. What do you think ang message niyan? What do you think ang nangyari dun sa partner nyo? Di ba? No explanation allowed. You can't say anything beyond the text, no? The drawing is the text. Turn that into your interpretation of what it might be. Write it down so that your partner can then say, tama ka, or mali ka, or off ka, or what. This is a basic exercise, but it's supposed to show you, di ba, that there's so much that's unsaid, di ba? So write a caption or a short paragraph explaining what you think the piece means, di ba? So now we also understand why creative writers are creative writers, di ba? Why that in order to tell the truth, sometimes it's more liberating to show symbols, di ba? To illustrate the truth in a roundabout way, di ba? To obscure the truth, but then tell a sharper truth, di ba? And also finally, to say something that cannot really be expressed by a machine. But sige, I'm more interested in yung sa mga chismis nyo na gagawin nyo dyan na para kunyari more interesting yung life nung Okay, so as you look at the symbols of your partner, interpret that. Turn that into a sentence or 2 sentences. Whatever you think that the narrative or the story might be behind that moment that they chose to write about. Kalimutan nyo na yung unsayable. Ayun eh. Unsayable na nga yung pinakita sa inyo eh. Di ba? Now try to write the unsayable. Originally kasi yung exercise ito, it requires the original illustrator to write out the story. But it doesn't. You don't have to do that. It's already in your head. Diba? So the text is in your head. Diba? The symbols are a translation of the text. Diba? Or it doesn't even have to be text. In your head could be just the amorphous meaning, diba? Or the image, diba? Or a person, diba? Yes. No, you're not supposed to discuss it. No, you cannot explain your drawings to somebody, to the other person. No, in fact, I will ask for volunteers or assign volunteers to come up on stage and read their story, the story of that they think the other person is, and the other person can just say yes or no, or you can deflect if you want. The exercise here, in fact, this is such a naked exercise. Ang ibig sabihin ng naked exercise is, alam na alam mo na yung intent ng exercise simula pa lang. Alam mo na yung objective ng exercise. And yet in doing it, it literally becomes an exercise. No? You're not trying to discover something outside of what the exercise is supposed to do, which is to show you that an AI can mimic syntax, can mimic logic. It can actually does not mimic it. It operates on logic, no? But it cannot mimic the path between the impulse and the language, between what is felt and experienced, diba? And the language. Because there has to be an interpreter of the self, no? Oh, yeah, yeah. Isa lang nga sa... Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Okay. You can continue, but may I ask for a volunteer pair to come up? Ito na, grabe, teacher kayo, so alam nyo kung, wag na, no, no, really, alam nyo kung gaano kahirap, di ba? So, di ba? Ngayon, alam nyo na, gaano kahirap mag-volunteer ng sarili. So, kayo, ang dalas nyo mag-volunteer ng mga estudyante. Iba ang creative writing, mga kapatid, di ba? I may volunteer. Yes, please come to the stage.
Alright, come on down po tayo sa harap.
Oo, you have to present as a pair para ano, you don't have to explain na hindi, ganito kasi nangyari sa akin. Nung bata ako, nahulog ako sa kabayo. Huwag nyo na sabihin yun. Oh. Pero sabihin nyo lang kung medyo malapit. Actually, I don't want to bog you down. Do what you want. Di ba? Because that's part of the exercise. Di ba? To do it. Please, yeah, then, sige. So, Lloyd, ikaw muna.
Yes po.
Anong ba ang gagawin mo? Babasa? Papakita mo yung drawing mo or papakita mo yung...
Drawing ni Sir Ron po.
Okay,
Ayan.
drawing ni Sir Ron.
Ayan, good morning po everyone. And this is Sir Ron and I. We're partners for this activity and we will be presenting to you our exchange of interpretations and illustrations. So yung illustration ni Sir Ron is, for me, it's a sad mask and a broken ladder and a rope, a circling rope, ganon. So what I could make sense on these three illustrations is death of a dream. Yun yung parang na-perceive ko doon, sir.
Death of a dream.
Death of a
No.
dream. Yeah.
Kasi pwede ko rin interpret na one time nahulog ka sa ladder tapos naiyak ka. No, but seriously, I mean, you know,
There's a story there,
there
yes.
is a temptation to interpret that literally also. Is that correct? Diba kasi I've had a lot of... Okay. Yes, Sir Ron.
Kay hello. It's like a box or a cube inside a rectangle or
Tesseract? Hindi. Okay.
So for me, the images or the image represents caged or boxed emotions, feelings, or intentions or dreams.
Okay, so I want to know if you're open to talking about what you really felt about the illustrations you wrote originally.
The illustrations Ron made po yung akin.
Yeah, sige.
Ay, yung akin?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, yung takin po, tama yung sa may box. This is actually, ayan, pasensya na po sa drawing. Di po ko art. This is actually, ano po, a box within a box. Yun yung aesthetic. Aesthetic? Ayun. Ang napaperceive ko dito actually, tama yung interpretation ni Sir na parang caged and all. Kasi I feel like, as teacher and of course as a creative individual coming from Zambales, we rarely have access to a repertoire like this of creativity and artistry and all. So I feel like I am boxed in that area But once I am here, I feel like I could go out of the box of Zambales, but there's still a lot to look into. So I'm looking at other possibilities because I feel like this is something that I need as a person. I kind of feel sometimes I am not growing. So yun yung parang
But you mentioned
pinaprocess.
also that you feel more possibilities now. Is that you
Yes,
mentioned that just
because
now?
of what's happening now with
Because of what's
activities and
happening
all,
now.
yeah.
I think I'll talk about you first, Lloyd. No. Um, in other words, parang yung sinulat mo, hindi niya talaga fully nag-grasp. Kasi yung opportunistic part, yung parang
Yeah.
optimistic part ng feeling mo na unspeakable, right?
Yeah. Yun yung, kasi I usually share rants and all. As a person, I don't usually share inner
feelings.
victory and all. Yun.
Mm.
Kaya parang for me, yun yung unspeakable ko kasi I cannot really articulate excitement and
At
joy.
saka all those things combined, right?
Yes.
That parang it's not just one feeling and
Yes.
it's not a pure feeling naman of feeling boxed in, right? 'Cause,
Yeah, yeah.
you feel somewhere in between,
Yes.
kumbaga, no? So, ibig sabihin, may success pero may failure
All at once.
all at once.
Yeah.
Pati yung interpretation. Yes. What about, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
What about you, Ron?
Um,
You may say, I prefer not to talk about my, kasi nga, yun nga ang essence ng creative writing. You may actually feel free not to talk about your real things, your truths, no? Kasi kaya nga may creative writing, eh. Doon mo nilalabas, di ba? Katulad nga ng do not go gentle. Di ba? Hindi naman niya isipin yun sa random day na, do not go gentle. Di ba? Meron nangyari, di ba? May unspeakable. Yes, Sir Ron.
Actually ako, I consider this as unsayable to people who know me personally.
Wow.
Pero I think I can share this with you
Sure.
because you do not know me personally.
Actually, yeah, very interesting that the more you can share with somebody who doesn't know you, because parang walang emotional labor or consequence on your end.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Almost correct ang ano ni sir.
Okay.
Death of a Dream. It's actually about my career progression because the ladder here broken na part ng ladder. Ito yung time na I was already going up in my career, and then suddenly my boss, parang she was the one who stopped me or did not baga naging obstacle.
She was an obstacle to your career.
She was
Oo.
until this time. So whenever people who know me personally and ask me, why are you not yet why are you still in that position?
Level, yeah.
And then I do not want to share because actually it even went to a point that I got hurt.
Guys, let's please listen, please. Okay.
I got hurt physically,
Mm.
not just emotionally.
Physically?
Yeah, physically.
Okay.
But I just parang papunta na sana siya sa legal
Okay, I understand.
pero I just said okay,
Linunok mo na lang.
and then I just transferred na lang sa
Mhm.
ng workstation para kalimutan. So yun.
Well, Sir Ron, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the trust in sharing that. That really requires a lot of trust, and this is where, everyone, let's applaud Lloyd and Ron. No? I mean, they both shared very sensitive sides of themselves, and I'm sure you see it every day in the classroom. But when it's written out like this, as an unspeakable moment, and and they have to turn it into something speakable, that's the essence of why we need to keep our boundaries. It doesn't even hindi talaga yan ang hindi magagalaw magpakailanman. 'Di ba? Kahit anong mangyari, hindi magagalaw magpakailanman. And that's the heart of it. But I really want to thank you for sharing. But I want to say also, do you feel that you could have AI write that for you or, di ba?
I think mawawala talaga yung human
Yung galit mo, yung
yeah.
no. Of course, AI can interpret it, but only you can originate that feeling,
Right.
di ba? Or you can originate that feeling, di ba? We can continue pa and go on and say, talk about the psychological readings of your illustrations and say, bakit square na square yung square mo? Bakit very precise? Di ba? At bakit yung weeping face mo mask? Di ba? Or bakit, di ba, very exact yung illustrations mo, even while, as I warned you, that it might be shared with others. Why were you so open with them when you started illustrating them instead of writing it out? Diba? And then when you open the floodgates of explaining the interpretation or kung tama ba o hindi, you're open about it and you feel liberated. I hope you feel liberated about it and vindicated.
Yes, I do. Yes, sir.
So that's the essence. Thank you so much for being good students and teachers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, may I call on another pair of volunteers? Talagang volunteer. Oo, volunteer.
Volunteers po.
Si Sir Vlad, may illustration ka ba? Wala.
Meron po ba kayong recommendations, sir?
Basta ako, maghihintay ako ng volunteers dito. Hindi
Tago.
ako, hindi ako mag-ano, I'm not gonna be a...
Ayun, yes.
Ayan. Okay lang ba? Of course, you have to, you have to consensually agree. Okay. Thank you. Yay. Please, everyone, let's welcome Darwin and who else? Darwin and Hazel, please come up. Thank you for volunteering. So, I understand why it's very hard to do this, no, guys. But obviously, hindi kayo nagbukas ng laptop, hindi kayo nagbukas ng chat GPT when you did this, di ba? At the same time, nasa creative writing class pa rin tayo, no? Yes, please.
Hindi pa naman kami nakapag-makeup.
Okay. Live stream lang yung mga problema nyo sa mundo. Pero okay lang yan.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Yung pong... Papakita ko po ba? Yeah. Okay. Yung pong drawing ni Ma'am Hazel, may nakita po ako na cloud saka rain, and then bahay, and then may nighttime. So I thought all the while na binaha sila during nighttime. So something terrible. Nilagay sa kanya, sorry that you underwent dark times. Maybe a flood where your house were flooded and then somebody was hospitalized. Kaya ako sinabing flood kasi meron siyang bota. Ayan. And then hindi ko na ilagay baka somebody died also. Ayan. So yun po yung interpretation ko po. Opo.
Thank you.
Hindi pa po namin na-discuss kung tama yun.
Dito natin i-discuss kung tama. Oo. Hazel, do you want to discuss?
Yes po.
You
So,
may react, you may say...
Yeah, he got the part where someone was hospitalized and then it was really like a dark time for me, but the part about the flooding was incorrect. And maybe because he interpreted it that way because of the
Sure.
rain cloud that I
Hindi
illustrated.
daw maganda illustration mo, hindi
Sorry
hindi
naman.
na-communicate.
Sorry po, but yeah, I used the rain cloud because I know it's kind of cliche, pero like when it rains, so it represents like a really sad or like tragic event in your
Sure.
life.
Sure.
But it's not about the flooding. It's about like the hospitalization of my mom. So yeah, it was really like a very sad part for our family. But yeah, we made it through. So I used like the flower as like the blossoming because
So your
after
mom is
the
okay
flood-
now?
Yeah, after
That's
the-
great. That's wow, happy ending. I'm so glad.
yeah, like after that's why I drew the flowers like the bottom part of the page.
Sure, yeah.
So Like it started with the rain, and then the moon and the stars, like the dark times, and then
Yeah.
and the blossoming of the flower, like to symbolize like a new life, like a new beginning for a family.
I
So
understand.
after that event,
So, interestingly enough, no, yung narrative mo, no, na iba yung ending mo sa ending niya, no?
yeah, pero
No, it's a good thing.
yeah.
But
Pero he got the correct parts like about the hospitalization because it's really obvious naman sa drawing ko with the hospital, like with the
that also means na may parang semiotic or symbolic difference sa inyo.
Yeah.
No? What a flower means. Kulang ka
Yeah.
ng flower sa buhay mo, pare. Do not go gently. No, but seriously.
I mean, there are no colors din naman, so maybe if I colored it like in a bright color, so maybe.
But also, what's important is if you look at it, you understand it, no?
Yeah.
And it opens up all these things in you, and it becomes your secret cipher, if you will. No, it's a cipher system. But again, we must thank you for your honesty. No. Now, what about you? Your illustration. Okay, kwento mo.
Not much fair.
Hindi ko-
So,
Okay lang, pwede pakita. Hindi ko naman naiintindihan yung drawing mo eh. Hindi, okay lang. Pero may cross.
so okay, I understood that it's a car. This one is a cross, and then this one looks like an insect, specifically a mosquito. Tapos this one I had to ask Sir Darwin for clarification because it's not so clear. Parang it looked like like a medical instrument, pero yeah, when he clarified, it's actually a cane daw.
A cane.
Yeah,
Okay.
then
So a car, a
car,
cross, an insect,
an
and a
insect,
cane.
and then a
Very
cane.
complicated.
And then I wondered why he had to place them in a square. So like, why is the cane in a separate
in a separate
square,
box,
in
no?
a separate
Yeah.
box, and then the
Yeah.
other symbols are in a separate box. So he said na they are two like separate events daw. So I had to like interpret them. I had to make two interpretations based on the
Okay.
symbols here. So the first one with the car and the cross and the mosquito, the insect here, I interpreted it as a family member or like someone in their family diagnosed with dengue fever. So that family member had to be rushed to the hospital. So this distressing event may be, of course, it's painful for everyone in the family, but eventually this would make their bond stronger, I guess. And then the cane here, I interpreted it as it's just a cane. There's no other symbol
Like
that connects
physical.
it.
Okay,
Yeah, so
direct,
yeah, so I just interpreted it as maybe like an accident or an illness that led to another family member or someone important to Sir Darwin, which forced them to use literally a cane to help them to walk or stand up again.
Okay, so thank you for that. Thank you for your generous interpretation. Sir Darwin?
Yeah. Salamat ma'am sa generous interpretation. Sobrang ang hirap na mag-explain, no? This will be the first time that I'll be telling it to a big crowd. No? Ano po kasi, tatlo kami, when we have our children, ang dami kasi, tatlong babae, we wish for a son. Tapos, after 12 years, nagkaroon kami. Yung pang-apat namin. And he turned out to be blind. So that was a white cane. Hindi ko naman po ma-depict doon sa picture. So it was devastating for us. And then, after many years, ilang taon ba? 20 years. To make it exact, 23 years. We had another son. This time it was a very bubbly boy. Sobrang napaka-cute, napaka-pogi, napaka-taba. Ayan. And then, last year, he died of dengue. And the car that I drawn was the car, a toy car. that I hid in my closet kasi it was a very memorable gift coming from a very close friend of mine. Kasi very devastating yung anak namin. Lahat ng toy na nahahawakan niya nasisira. Tinago ko yon sa estante ko. At pilit niya laging inaabot yon, kinukuha kapag wala ako. And if I could bring back time, bibigay ko sa kanya lahat.
Salamat, sir. Salamat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the honesty and the willingness to share, no, and the willingness to dignify our exercise. And I hope it works for you because sa akin lang nabigay mo naman talaga lahat eh. I'm sure you know that. So thank you so much, everyone. Let's thank you, and I hate to say this, but this is the reason why, you know. This is the reason why we have to keep those boundaries, and the reason why there are boundaries that cannot be erased, no matter what happens, no matter what happens to intelligence, because yun na nga, no, and that is the that's the essence of man against the machine. No? When I say against, I don't mean against the versus. I mean it's in the backdrop of the machine that could never have had understood even one moment of that feeling you had, sir. No? Of all that complicated feelings. No? Even the feeling of relating it to an audience like ours. Kahit yun, hindi alam ng paano ilagay yun. Di ba? Paano ilagay sa salita yun. Di ba? And that's why, no? That's why we have to take care of the creative writing heart, di ba? Or mind, di ba? The mind that refuses to, that understands, no? That has a discerning heart. The mind must have a discerning heart. Meaning the heart, thank you, determines, no? What can I turn over to the machine? And what should I not? Diba? To maintain my own dignity, to maintain my self-respect. Ng AI, papakita niya sa'yo lahat hanggang atay mo. Diba? Papakita sa'yo x-ray ng atay mo. Diba? Pero hindi niya papakita yung mga ganyan. Hindi niya, diba? Wala siyang ganyan. No? Of course, it goes without saying, and I don't want to be melodramatic because it takes a certain amount of coldness to look at that moment and interpret it into an image. Any of your moments. Some of your moments might be worse or easier. It's not, diba? But the point is, this kind of exercise exposes to us, diba, the kind of discernment we must have. When we talk about the processes that happen inside the classroom and that happen inside our mind, what will you export now? What will you offload to the AI, to ChatGPT, when you have an experience like that and you're in a creative writing class, either teaching it or taking it? Diba? What are you going to do to yourself? And this kind of exercise allows you to recognize the value, diba, of what you're doing. Not the value of your craft, not the value of tama ba yung grammar ko? Tama ba yung drawing ko? Diba? Diba? Not the value of the craft anymore or the value of the grammar, but the value of what you're trying to say, the ineffable, the unsayable. So, ayun na mag-change. Can we do the next slide? Hindi na siya nag-change. Yun. So, what part of the original meaning survived the rewrite, diba, when your partner rewrote it for you? Diba? What part was lost, and does that loss have value? Yes, obviously, nakita natin na sa signal loss may value. How does writing across misunderstanding resemble the work of teaching and the art of creative writing? How can we help students stay with discomfort? The discomfort of sharing that fact, the discomfort of writing it, and in a way, reliving it, no? Instead of resolving it too quickly or offloading it, no? Especially in a world that rewards instant clarity. as creative teachers, now we know, di ba? In this exercise, for example, not to reward, ang galing, parang ganda ng drawing mo, kuwang-kuha ko yung drawing mo. Eksakto. It's not that, that's not what we're rewarding. Diba? We've now seen your work through another consciousness. Notice what stayed intact and what changed. That gap, an unpredictable space between what you made and what someone else made of it, is the zone of humanity. Current AI fails in that space. It turns ambiguity into probability. Kung tiningnan ng AI yung symbols mo, siguro to ganito nangyari, di ba? Ganito. The zone of humanity is when you connect with your audience, di ba? And they feel it. As writers and teachers, we keep that space open and we hold it sacred. No? Innovation isn't what we do better than AI. It's what we're still willing to do without certainty. Alam ko na baka hindi maintindihan to nung kausap ko. Alam ko na baka hindi magkama-cross yung drawing ko. Pero it meant something to me, right? That's the real sight of being human or human beings, no? Just a short review, no? AI, please forward the slide. AI is already in the classroom. The question is no longer if we use it, but how we teach through it. In this exercise, we taught through AI. Diba? We did not even feel, we could not cheat this exercise with AI. Our task is to guide, not to gatekeep, to help students use technology with purpose, empathy, and judgment, to use it for themselves. The purpose of creative writing and of learning itself depends on teachers like you who can balance imagination with responsibility. Even our response, no, as an audience to the stories, the very tender stories told here and the tender memories told here are a form of responsibility. We're responsible for conveying our emotion, conveying our response, and we're responsible for their emotion when we give our feedback. No? So, what should we do? Start small, but start now. If you must, bring one AI integrated exercise into class, not to test a tool, but to test your students' judgment. Document what happens. What do they keep, reject, or reinterpret? In this case, what if they said they were insincere with themselves? No? What if they were insincere with themselves? They just wrote some random, di ba? Kumain ako ng sandwich kanina. Di ba? They make fools of themselves, di ba? And say, ganito lang ako eh. So, then you see na you're not being sincere with yourself. Sinong niloloko mo? No? What do they reject, keep, or interpret? Those reactions are in your new curriculum. Collaborate with peers. Share prompts, results, and reflections. Build a living archive of what discernment looks like in practice, as it has now. No? Remember that the goal isn't mastery of AI. It's mastery of meaning. And helping students carry that forward into every field they enter. So, once again, I really want to thank the participants. No, I thank you all for being so sincere and being so game and coming up here as something else. And I hope you carry some of it, no, and use your own discernment to go against this or to break it if you want to, no, to do your own thing. But before I go, are there any questions or final comments from you guys? If none, thank you very much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you to those especially who shared with us their stories. No, I want to tell you that I deeply appreciate it, and I hope we all appreciate. I'm sure we all do appreciate it. Maraming salamat. Good morning.
Thank you, Sir Sarge. And before anything else, we would like to present Sir Sarge Lacuesta with our certificate of appreciation to be presented for sharing his expertise with us. To be presented by Dr. Vlad Gonzalez and Sir Charleston Ong. Thank you po. Thank you, Sir Sarge, para sa makapagbag daming talk. Thank you, sir. Dahil nga katulad ng sinabi ni Sir Sarge, we should not go gently into the good night. Pero tayo ay pwedeng mag-go gently into a good lunch. So ready na po ang ating pagkain. Pero bago po ang lahat, in the spirit of our seminar workshop, we will try to break the algorithm. Gagawin na po natin ang ating favorite part ngayon. Pero dahil special day po, dahil final day na po natin, sa labas po natin siya gagawin. So body-body system po tayo, pupunta lang po tayo sa harap ng University Hotel para po may nature sa ating pictorials. Thank you po. Body system lang po tayo. Gag-guide po tayo ni Miss Lexi palabas. Thank you po. Hindi na po si Miss Lexi. So magpapatuloy na po tayo sa ating seminar workshop. So hello again everyone. I hope you all had a pleasant lunch. So to continue our program, let's head on to our next speaker for today. Let us welcome Dr. Kristine Reynaldo here with her lecture, Authorship, Accountability Agency, and Problematizing GenAI used in the literature classroom. Kristine Marie Reynaldo is an associate professor at the Department of English and Comparative Literature, University of the Philippines, Diliman. Her teaching focuses on Anglo-American literature and Asian literatures in English in the context of imperialism, decolonization, post-colonial modernity, and the Cold War in Asia. Her most recent article on feminist ethnography and the organizing practices of Filipino migrant domestic worker activists in Hong Kong during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic is included in a special issue of the Diliman Gender Review. She holds a PhD in Cultural Studies from Lingnan University, Hong Kong, and serves on the board of the Inter-Asia Cultural Studies Society. Again, Ma'am Tin Reynaldo.
Hello, good afternoon. How are we today? Nagda-digest pa tayo, no? So, we can start a bit slow. Okay. So I was invited to talk about authorship, accountability, and agency, problematizing Gen AI use in the literature classroom. Likely because, where do I point there? Okay. Kaya pala may stage directions. So likely because I've given a number of talks about the topic since 2022 when ChatGPT came onto the scene. Like many of you, we were playing catch up with this new technology, and I was fueled with a lot of frustration, anger, and spite because I found that it came out in November 2022, and then that was near the time of the closing of the semester. So I found a lot of students potentially using generative AI in their work. So I went into this rabbit hole where I was just reading everything I could find about the topic, and then I started writing policies for my own classes for the coming semester. So I was really obsessed with preparing for it for the next semester. And then I shared the policies that I wrote with my friends on social media, and then they started asking me to talk more about it. So as a member of the Department of English and Comparative Literature, I was asked to talk about this. And you can access a lot of my previous talks on my website, and some of these lectures are also recorded on the DECL Facebook and YouTube pages, so you can check that out later. So I've been sitting here in this workshop for the past 3 days, so I've heard a lot of the concerns, and I kind of revised my outline in relation to those concerns. So as I mentioned, I was invited to talk about authorship, accountability, and agency. And the thing is that each subheading there we can talk about for an entire day. So I might have to skim over some of the topics in a kind of a superficial fashion, not superficial, but kind of rushed. But I heard that we have more time in the afternoon for the Q&A. So if I gloss over some topics that you think might be generative to talk about or productive to talk about, we can speak a bit more about that. So the outline of my talk will be as follows. So I'll just give an introduction about where I'm coming from in relation to generative AI use. Then I'll talk about the issues of authorship, accountability, and agency. And then I'll try to gesture towards a conclusion with landings, particularly in relation to understanding literature as a technology and technology as something that contributes to world making. So I'll elaborate what I mean with that later. Good pala. Yeah. So stakeholding. So before I delve into AI use and ethical principles in relation to AI use, I think that the foundation of ethics, which shapes our practices of authorship, accountability, and agency, is our capacity to articulate our interests or stakes and how that shapes our worldview or behavior. So the foundation of ethics is self-awareness and the ability to articulate what our skin in the game is and how that affects the choices that we make. So I will talk a bit about nasira yung ano. Yeah. So little bit pala. Okay. So where I'm coming from, when I heard about this workshop by the Creative Writing Institute, I was so excited about it because I really feel like the advent of generative AI has wide-ranging implications for how we can reconceptualize creativity in the digital age. So I was really excited to listen to talks on computational creativity, on creative writing, and conceptual art. And I would love to make more daldal about these things, but I'm not equipped to because I'm not a creative writing practitioner. I think I've published a few stuff, but it's mostly scholarly work. So I don't really see myself as a creative writer. I see myself firmly as an academic. So that is the perspective from which I will be approaching the topic, somebody who teaches in the academe and whose interests are firmly within academia. So I don't do research. I do some research on creative practice, but the creative practice that I do research on is tattooing, which is a highly relational, intimate, and embodied practice. So to some extent, industries that are highly relational and embodied face less of a threat from AI than, for example, digital art or any art that can be produced with digital technology. These creative industries feel more of a threat from AI. But when it comes to tattooing, sure, you can generate AI art to create a flash, but somebody still has to push the needles into your skin. So it's not something that's so threatened with generative AI. So another place from which I am coming from is my administrative work as the general education coordinator of the English department. So basically every semester before we upload courses on the CRS, I get scores of emails from various units in the university requesting particular classes or GE classes, general education classes, to be offered by the DECL. And every time I prepare the course offerings, the GE course offerings every semester, I feel a kind of sadness because all I get are requests for required writing courses that are seen to be more marketable, more practical, more professionally valuable. So these courses would be English 13, like writing as thinking, and usually English 30 or writing for the professions. So the DCL also offers a lot of literature GE classes, but those classes hardly get any requests. So I have to upload 80 or 90 sections of English 13, and then maybe 5 sections of literature. So that's the demand for writing as a marketable skill. So that kind of perspective on what sort of knowledge and what sort of writing we value informs my understanding of generative AI. In terms of my teaching, as mentioned earlier, I work mostly with Anglophone literatures in the context of Anglo-American imperialism. And wait lang. The slides are not updated, never mind. So in terms of my teaching, I teach courses concerning Anglophone literatures in the context of Anglo-American imperialism and the Cold War in Asia. And this is relevant because when I think about AI, or when we think about AI, the biggest players in the field are these big tech companies located in Silicon Valley, mostly American companies. So when we think about AI, for me, it's a deeply political issue. It's not an innocent technology. It's not a neutral technology because it is connected to military. It's connected to military and capitalist interests. So we know, for example, that AI technologies are being used in the genocide in Gaza, for example. AI technologies are being used to surveil protesters from all over the world. So we know that it's not an innocent technology. In terms of my scholarship naman, my work is located in the intersections of literary and cultural studies. So the way that I like to explain cultural studies is that it looks at the cultural dimension of the political and the political dimension of the cultural. In particular, I look on issues like violence, objection, disposability as these concepts intersect with the digital. So for example, one of the chapters in my dissertation was just the war imaginary created by Dutertismo as supported by the circulation of pictures of dead bodies. So when I think about the internet and when I look at the internet, my gaze tends to go towards the darkest aspects of the internet, which is relevant to AI because we know that AI is trained on data that is gleaned from the internet. So for the past 3 days, we've been talking about the happier places on the internet, the places on the internet where creativity and humanism and good vibes, where they flourish. But when I think of the internet, I think about child porn that is created by AITGs. I think about deep fakes that are used for disinformation campaigns. So that's the darker side of the internet that I think about when I think about AITGs. So where I stand in relation to this, or where I stand in relation to issues. So I locate myself within decolonial feminist and pro-labor and eco-critical politics. I would like to say anti-capitalist, but I am aware that I fully live within the logics of capitalism, so I'll just say I'm pro-labor, which is, by that I mean that whenever I see like a conflict between capital and labor, even though I am in many ways, like all of us here, capitalists in some way, like you are here training yourselves, developing your human capital, so we are all capitalists in some way, but when there is a conflict between labor and capital, I would have a tendency to side with labor. I promise these are all relevant when we talk about generative AI, no? So what I value ultimately is teaching as praxis. So teaching as the practice of your politics and your theory. So drawing from Paulo Freire, of course, I see education as a form of conscientization. So I believe in problem posing, emancipatory, and transformative education. So all of these things, all of these values, they guide the way that I think about AI in relation to my teaching. I also believe in knowledge production and cultural production that is socially embedded, situated, and committed. Meaning that when I produce knowledge, I am aware that I am producing knowledge out of a particular context and for particular people. Like when I produce knowledge, that is serving someone. It's not serving everyone. There are always competing interests within plural society. So when I produce knowledge, I have to ask, or when I produce any kind of writing, I have to ask, who is my writing serving? And who is my teaching serving? Who is my knowledge production serving? Yeah. So in the context of the anxieties that we have about learning and AI, we usually think about cheating. I mean, as teachers, again, I'm speaking as an educator rather than a cultural producer. So, because as an educator, when I think about AI, the first concern, I guess, is cheating. Like when I started getting into this rabbit hole about AI, it was because I feared that some students were cheating in class. But after that immediate knee-jerk reaction of niloloko ba ako ng mga batang to, mga ganyan. After that knee-jerk reaction, I started thinking more about how AI can contribute to de-skilling. So when AI is brought up, diba, parang people say, oh, we need to learn how to be prompt engineers. We need to develop these new skills. But often what that leads to is a form of de-skilling. Meaning, instead of honing my own capacity to write, I'm just gonna learn how to write a formula that would get the machine to write for me. So it can be framed as reskilling, like you're learning how to prompt a machine. But for me, it's a form of de-skilling. Because if it were actually reskilling, I think true skill, true creativity in that context would demand that we know how the apparatus works, how LLMs work, how the technology operates, and then you can really have agency in controlling the machine. But what the past 3 days has shown me is that even within this room of really very smart, very critical people, many of us still struggle what LLMs mean. And maybe that's also because we're humanities people, right? We don't really talk to the science people, to the engineering people. Maybe you do sa mga ano nyo, mga jowa nyo, ganyan. But in this room, diba, I don't know whether there are engineers or computer scientists here that can explain to us how the apparatus works in a very detailed way. So we think that we are engineering the machine, but maybe we are being engineered by the machine, right? So in relation to cheating, however, I also recognize that concerns about tech-mediated cheating are hardly new and not without context. And a lot of the anxieties that we have about AI-generated plagiarism or AI-mediated cheating is really, I think, rooted in our anxiety that students don't see the value of the work that they do in our classes. Kasi di ba, kung hindi mo nakikita yung punto ng ginagawa mong trabaho, ba't mo siya gagawin kung pwede mo namang hindi siya gawin? So when we're concerned about students cheating, not doing the work, not doing the reading, not doing the writing, I think what we really fear is that they don't see the point of reading and writing in a world that also does not seem to see the point of spending entire days in a library, diba? So forces and factors like the market-driven knowledge economy, the managerial university, and the turn towards the obidization of all things academe have normalized the fetishization of standardized and metricized educational products like grades, graduates, grants, and publications, and markers of productivity, sometimes without sufficient attention accorded to the process of learning, much less to the actual conditions and needs of teachers and learners. So, di ba, every semester, dami namin nating ginagawang admin, dami ginagawang report, alignment, obidization, etc. And often, when we're spending our uncompensated free time trying to do all of this labor, parang, hey, bakit ko to ginagawa? Parang ginagawa minsan. So sometimes, we don't often take seriously the actual time and energy and labor that is required by fulfilling top-down policies. So minsan ganon. Of course, it differs from institution to institution, but what I have been hearing these past 3 days is people saying out loud in this room, we are overworked and underpaid. the usual complaints about education. So, when higher education is treated like a commodity rather than a public good. And the commodification of education is important because it also implies looking at the bottom line, like how are we profiting, generating profit for our institutions. So when higher education is treated like a commodity rather than a public good, and universities are treated like prestige brands, like whose positioning, reputation, quality assurance, and brand value must be assiduously monitored, assessed, written reports about, and promoted. And when grades function as standardized assessments that impose a hierarchy of value and marketability for students, it becomes easier for students and teachers and administrators to objectify coursework as a game of getting the most bang for your buck. Diba? Kaya ang daming nagsasabi na, ay gamitin ko na yung AI to grade my students' papers kasi pagod na si ako. I do not have the time to grade all of these papers. Pero yun nga, parang may shortcut naman na available eh. So kunin ko na to kasi pagod naman ako, overworked naman ako, underpaid naman ako, so go lang, diba? So that is the kind of rationality that is being created by this system that is not just about AI, diba? It's a whole system, it's a whole trend in our society, in our neoliberalizing society that places a premium on marketability, growth, efficiency, profit, etc. So, it becomes easier nga rin for students to objectify coursework as a game of getting the most bang for your buck or the best outcome, for example, a good grade, with the least amount of effort, that is a numbers game of efficiency and productivity. But even though the humanities in our contemporary times tend to be devalued, I think that the humanities which seek to develop our critical faculties are especially important in a time when we pay so much of our attention and our time and our energies and relegate so much of our decision-making capacities to machines. Diba? On an everyday basis, we let machines tell us what to think, what to listen to, what to watch, which restaurants to eat at. Parang ano ba yung review niyan sa Google Reviews or sa Yelp or something, di ba? We let machines make these decisions for us using metrics, using algorithms. We even let machines tell us what we can know, di ba? Because your timeline, your feed, your social media feed curates or selects what you can see without you knowing how that decision is being made. So on multiple levels of our digital lives, we always relegate these decision-making capabilities to machines. So when we talk about how ethical and responsible AI use consists in meaningful human control, we can ask, do we really have meaningful human control in the ways that we consume information online? Kasi hindi lang naman yan, the relegation of control, the jettisoning of decision-making, it's not something that just came with AI, but it's a long trend in the making. And that kind of way of seeing AI and digital technologies in general are things that I have come to think after reading these formative books that I would suggest that you also read. So the first one is The Age of Surveillance Capitalism by Shoshana Zuboff. And she studied the rise of Silicon Valley and big tech technologies from Silicon Valley. And when she analyzed this whole industry where data becomes the new capital in our contemporary time, she asks the following questions. So the first is, who knows? Who has the right to know? Who can know things? The second is who decides? And the third is who decides who decides? Parang pag nag-log on ka sa Facebook, ano yung nakikita mo? Sino yung nakikita mo? Sino yung may kapasidad na makakita ng maraming data ng maraming tao at sino yung may walang kapasidad na makita yung mga ganong data and metrics, etc. Who decides how those structures are built and who decides, meaning who are the power brokers? Who funds these companies? Where do they get their money for all of these technological startups? Where do they get their funding? Because their sources of funding also affect the direction that the technology goes to. Another book that was very influential to me is Overload, Creep and Excess, An Internet from India by Nishant Shah, Ashish Rajadyaksha, and Nafis Aziz Hassan. And this book is very interesting to me because when you look at the history of technology, a lot of these books are written from the Western perspective. But this book looks at the particular trajectory of the internet in India and connects it to the specific political problems in India in relation to, for example, Hindu nationalism, surveillance of leftist groups, of Muslim groups, the suppression of dissenting voices, mga ganyan. So kung ano yung mga local political concerns in that country and how those local political concerns intersect with the digital, with technology, yun yung that's the narrative that is being provided here. So what this book shows is that when we think about the technologies that we're so mesmerized by today, like AI, this book shows that this has a long history in the making. Na hindi lang siya biglang dumating sa scene tapos ginulo niya ang mga ating buhay, but it's built on earlier trends, earlier technologies, earlier legal rulings that enabled particular loopholes to arise. And of course, Empire of AI by Karen Howe, which was recently published this year, it looks at the rise of OpenAI in particular as a case study, because as we know, it is OpenAI that put the generative artificial intelligence on the agenda of everyone, di ba? And for me, personally, naiinis ako doon. Kasi parang, why are these tech bros in Silicon Valley dictating the direction of my research, my pedagogy, even the interests and priorities of national development? Parang, pwede sa inyo na lang yan, tapos let me be. So there's also, parang everything that happens in Silicon Valley, the entire world has to care about. And that surfaces for you the logic of empire, na bakit ganun pa rin. Okay, So after reading these, books, I realized that when we think about the devaluation of our labor, including forms of digital labor under techno-capitalism, we realize these concerns aren't new, even if they seem kind of new. I mean, 19th century pa lang, sinabi na ni Marx, capital is dead labor that vampire-like only lives by sucking living labor and lives the more labor it sucks, diba? So, 19th century, diba, dawn of industrialization. Thus, you had these Luddites in the United Kingdom, like literally destroying machines because they felt like the machines is going to replace them. So, isa siyang mahabang, the concerns about, the anxieties about generative AI now, it's part of a long tradition of laborers, feeling anxious about being rendered expendable under capitalism. So for me, our concern as cultural workers, that includes teachers, that includes writers and artists, and I guess, again, I'm speaking of this from the privileged position of the academe, na to some extent is kind of inured or parang medyo may padding between me and a lot of precarity, diba? But for people who have this at least a modicum of security, diba? For me as cultural workers, our work is to intervene in and disrupt rather than merely accept as inevitable structures and forces that extract, commodify, and devalue our cognitive and affective resources and labor, including myriad forms of uncompensated digital labor, diba? So paglabas nyo dito, malamang magpo-post kayo sa Instagram, mahabang caption, may analysis, may comments, ganyan. Digital labor yon. Binabayaran ba tayo doon? Hindi. Dapat binabayaran. Hindi, charot lang. Hindi rin ako binabayaran sa mga ganyan. Post din ako ng post eh. Anyway, so pwede rin pag-isipan yan, di ba? Kasi at the end of the day, when I post all of this knowledge to YouTube and Instagram, who owns what I produced? Do I own my content on Instagram, or do they have the right to remix it, to feed it to AI, so that AI can turn out some text that sounds and moves and speaks exactly like me, di ba? So, sinong may-ari ng mga the products of our intellectual labor once we upload it to these platforms? So in the context of the classroom, then, I argue that the foundation of responsible and ethical use is the capacitation of the people who use it. The capacitation of managers, educators, and students both in setting scholarly agenda, designing coursework, determining indicators for learning, forging paths of inquiry, nurturing writers and learners who are accountable to themselves and their communities of discourse and practice. So for me, responsible use is just not knowing how to use the tech, but really capacitating ourselves, improving our capacity so that we don't use the tech uncritically, one, and so we don't feel like we can be replaceable by such technology. So when it comes to, nasan na tayo? Yeah. So when it comes to the question of authorship, which is for me tied to the question of value, the value of the work that my mind produces, the concerns that I'm concerned about are authorship and originality in the time of information hyperabundance, copyright and publishing, ownership and profit, RLHF. RLHF stands for reinforcement learning through human feedback. I'll talk a bit about that in relation to AI. Digital DDD jobs. DDD stands for dirty, dangerous, and demeaning or degrading labor. And the dream of dignified labor and fair and meaningful compensation. Parang may connect dun sa previous section in that when we think about authorship, and when we're concerned about AI replacing us, is it because we think of our labor as expendable? How do we now reconceptualize the value of our labor as workers within the knowledge economy at a time when such knowledge is so freely available, diba? Okay. So, but before we go to the more like political dimensions of the question, before we go to the more political dimensions of the question, some, like standards or guidelines. Because I noticed that in the past 2 days, parang we were confused about, pwede bang credit si ChatGPT as author, ganyan. So if we look at existing guidelines, this is from the Cambridge University Press Publishing Ethics Guidelines, authorship here is tied to the idea of responsibility. Nababasa nyo ba? Medyo, wait lang ah. Okay, so what is clear in these guidelines is that authorship is not just about producing something, but being responsible for that which you produced. So, because AI has no intentionality, AI has no legal personhood, AI cannot be responsible, AI cannot be held liable. So, if you write an article that and it gets published, tapos you use generated AI generated text, and then the text that you published ends up being libelous, di ba? If the person you maligned decided to file a case, the person is not gonna file a case against OpenAI. The person is gonna file a case against you. So authorship is about accountability and responsibility. And that accountability is rooted in your ability to substantially contribute to the material, to revise it, to play a key role in shaping it, to approving it, na parang, okay, sige, publish nyo na yan. Oh, di ba? Or the agreement to be accountable for all aspects of the work. So here, again, authorship is not just about what you produce, but whether you can be responsible for what you produced. The same guidelines have specific guidelines for AI contributions. So here, the Cambridge University Press expressly requires that AI use must be declared and clearly explained. The AI does not meet the Cambridge requirements for authorship, therefore it cannot be listed as a co-author. Ewan ko kung yung pusa ay pwede pa rin i-list as co-author. Pero, I would like to use my dog as a co-author kasi tinulungan naman niya ako sa pagsusulat dahil meron siyang emotional support. But, I don't know, but the ChatGPT, LLMs cannot be listed as an author, again, because it cannot take accountability. Authors are accountable for the accuracy, integrity, and originality of their research papers, and any use of AI must not breach plagiarism policy. And the concern about plagiarism, as we know, is valid because LLMs don't have the capacity for reasoning or for what we call propositional belief. It doesn't have the capacity for justified true belief, and it doesn't have the capacity for cognition or intentionality. What it does is see patterns in the language and reproduce those patterns. So when we think about hallucinations, for instance, it's not a glitch in the system, but it's a function of the nature of the machine as a statistical probability machine. So hindi siya glitch, but it's part of the design. So when we think about copyright naman, the issue of copyright is still contested within the AI space. And the thing is that copyright, for a work to be original, sabi nga ni Halikot sa AI and copyright, for a work to be original, it must be produced by a human being. So currently, only human-created works are copyrightable. AI is neither a human being nor a legal entity, and AI, therefore, cannot be an author. But this is also still very contested because what about AI-assisted human creativity or AI-assisted human production? Na yung substantial use sa human pa rin, pero gumamit siya ng AI, paano yun? So, what complicates this issue of AI-human collaboration is the issue of fair use, because we know that AI models are trained on content, on data, some of which are copyrightable or copyrighted data. So currently, there are a number of lawsuits in the U.S. with authors suing AI companies for training their LLMs on their copyrighted material. Pero this is still an evolving thing. And the issue hinges on the notion of fair use, whether AI training can be seen as fair use. So what authors are now doing, aside from this statement on AI training, na whenever you produce a work, you put a statement like the unlicensed use of creative works for training is a major unjust threat to the livelihoods of people. So the photo on the bottom right is from Penguin Press, the copyright page of Empire of AI. So I'll just read the highlighted text. No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner for the purpose of training artificial intelligence technologies or systems. So pag nilagay dun sa copyright page, may possibility that if you find that your copyright has been infringed upon, you can set a lawsuit. But again, it's very, very difficult to prove that in court. Because nga, as Carl Joe yesterday pointed out, the LLM is a black box. Diba? We don't really know how it processes all of these data. even the people who designed them don't know how the LLM processes the data. So we can take precautions like this, like putting this on the copyright page, but ultimately it's really difficult and thorny to see whether that can be enforced. So aside from possible copyright infringement that may devalue our intellectual production, another thing that for me makes AI a very problematic technology is that it is a very labor-intensive process. Like for your chatbots to work, some humans are actually doing the labor of curating and tagging and moderating the content that AI produces so that it can be rendered safe. So kunwari, if you prompt ChatGPT to create child porn, baka sabihin ni ChatGPT, I cannot do that because it has already been trained by a human who looks at the data sets, parang, ay, ito baka pwedeng gamitin sa child porn, tanggalin natin to. Or baka ito, this is possibly abusive, harmful language, tanggalin natin to. So I'm sure many of you have seen that movie with Nadine Lustre, the horror movie where she plays a content moderator. So yan yung ginagawa ng Deleter, yeah. So yan yung ginagawa ng maraming digital laborers, many of which are sourced in the Philippines because we provide cheap labor to global capital. So much of our digital laborers are immersed in this kind of psychologically traumatic behavior. Tapos sasabihin, ay binabayaran naman sila. Pero, parang magkano ba ang counseling dito sa Pilipinas, di ba? So may bayad ka nga, pero bibigay mo lang ba yun sa pambili ng antidepressant at sa counselor at psychiatrist, etc. So it enforces very real harms on workers, not to mention that these kinds of digital labor is very precarious. It often exists on a project-to-project basis. Tapos pag may nakitang mas murang labor market yung tech company, pwede nilang i-pull out yung project nila sa inyo. So it's a very precarious form of labor. So when I think about authorship in relation to labor, kasi when we think about authorship, parang, it's just a way of profiting from our intellectual labor. But for me, it's not as simple as that. What does originality or creativity mean in the time of information hyperabundance and human AI co-production? May value pa ba yung ginagawa mo, yung sinusulat mo, kung ang dali-dali namang i-generate ng AI? Does your soul have value in the market economy? Mabibenta mo ba yon? Kung ang binibenta natin ay yung mga salita that we traffic in. And second question, wala akong sagot sa mga tanong, tinatanong ko lang. So second question is, should content producers profit from AI-assisted or AI-generated work that potentially infringes upon others' copyright? And another question for me is, in the economy shaped by AI, whose work is valued and whose work is invisibilized and devalued? So when we understand that whenever we prompt ChatGPT, some worker in Kenya is probably looking at very, very traumatic images of suicide, bestiality, and snuff videos, ganyan, so that you don't have to see that on your chatbot. Parang worth it pa ba? Parang pag inisip ko, baka may tino-traumatize ako down the line yung pag-prompt ko dito. Is it worth it? So whose value, whose well-being, whose convenience is prioritized, and whose traumatization or exploitation is rendered normalized within this economy? Okay. Dapat hanggang 2 lang yata ako nagsasalita, pero 1:40 na. Pero try natin, kapag hindi na tapos, hindi ko alam. Pangit ng time management. So accountability. So when I think about, ang dami kasing pinadiscuss sa akin, tapos ako naman, ang dami kong sinasabi. But when I think about accountability, I think of it on at least 3 levels. So the first one is institutional. In this context, the university as an institution. The second is epistemic, kasi we're all educators here. So when we talk about epistemic communities, we're concerned about what sort of information is circulated within our epistemic communities and what are the consequences of the circulation of particular types of information. Ano yung implications na nagsisirculate tayo ng mga AI-generated text that could be rife with hallucinations? How does that affect the functioning of our epistemic communities? And ultimately, we also are accountable to social aims and goals. So we know that AI has a very large ecological footprint, that it uses potable, clean water in order to cool its generators and systems. We know that data centers inflict a lot of ecological harms in the cities where they are located. And because data centers are so power hungry, they are making electricity more expensive for everyone else. So we know about all of these ecological harms, and we also know that we live in the Philippines, the most ecologically vulnerable country in the world. So we understand that when we use AI, sa atin magbo-boomerang yan. Kasi tayo yung nagkakaroon ng super typhoon, lindol, bagyo, tidal wave, lahat na, di ba? So, what are the implications on us, the most vulnerable country to climate change, when we support AI? That's sobrang weird siya for me kasi, di ba, when AGI is being touted as like the dream of developing artificial intelligence. Bakit natin gusto ng AGI? Kasi supposedly it will enable leisure and universal basic income. Why do we want AGI? Because supposedly it's going to solve medical problems and climate change. But for me, parang nag-date ka ng lalaki na nagpo-future faking. Parang masama yung trato niya sa'yo in the present, pero sasabihin niya, don't worry, in the future, pakakasalan kita. Mga ganyan. So parang, ay wala namang naganap doon. So for me, it's a form of future faking. Na we are being told na all of these ecological costs is worth it because we are moving towards a desirable future. But we're not sure about whether that future is actually desirable. So in relation to accountability, dami na naman sinabi. Accountability, first, when we talk about accountability, institutional accountability, the first things that we can refer to are the standards in our own institutions. So in the case of UP, we have the Code of Student Conduct, we have UP Principles for Responsible and Trustworthy AI, we have professional standards like the Modern Language Association format and guidelines for AI use, and the aforementioned Cambridge University Press publishing guidelines. So medyo tatakbuhin ko to, no? Kasi marami akong gusto pang ibang puntahan. But if you want me later to talk a bit about this in greater detail, pwede naman. So sa UP Principles, we have guidelines on plagiarism, and I based my policy on academic integrity on the guidelines in UP. I gave you the handout like a few days ago, so I guess nabasa nyo na. Pwede nating pag-usapan mamaya yung academic integrity. But when I talk about academic integrity, what I emphasize is that citation is an ethical practice. Again, this is in the context of knowledge production. I know that, kasi when I prepared this talk, I thought that I would be speaking mostly to higher ed teachers, so ang dami nating check na papers, di ba? Pero I guess even in other levels of education, this is also relevant if we understand that the quality of the information we produce is only as good as the sources of our information, is only as credible as the sources of our information. So for me, citation is an ethical practice because it allows us to be accountable to what we reproduce. Parang when you do citation, you can give an account of what you know, why you think you know what you know, where did those ideas come from. So citation is a way for you to give a narrative account of why you think the way that you do. Para hindi lang vibes na, ay, ito yung tingin ko. Hindi, masasabi mo na, ito yung iniisip ko kasi ito yung mga binasa ko. So it also develops metacognition na alam ko kung paano tumatakbo yung utak ko kasi ito yung mga kinokonsumo ko na mga material. So that's what I emphasize in talking about plagiarism. Hindi lang nagnakaw ka, but saan ka nang gagaling is how I discuss plagiarism. So the MLA handbook has, standards for what you can use AI for. Pwede niyong i-check yan mamaya. And again, mahalaga yon because we know that AI hallucinations exist and those have implications for epistemic communities. Tapos ito naman yung UP guidelines, talagang tinatakbo ko siya. So ang UP guidelines, we have guidelines for AI in relation to society, to research and development, and to education. So what I want to emphasize is the primacy of learning goals and human capital development. So when we develop AI, dapat hindi pa rin nadidiskill yung ating mga estudyante. We still need to develop their skills and capacities. And second, the focus on meaningful human control. And medyo thorny yun for me kasi yun nga, what does meaningful human control even mean when you don't know how the black box works? For me, madaling sabihin na, oops, meaningful human control, but actually, how do you operationalize that? Ayun. So in my own classes, I operationalize that by limiting the boundaries of acceptable and non-acceptable use. So hindi ko na papasadahan masyado kasi nasa handout na, but basically, when I think about what what falls under acceptable use, for me, kung yung assignment ay low stakes, simple, conventional, general or generic, and global, okay lang to use AI because the kinds of operations that AI can do can work for like low stakes, simple tasks. Kunwari, analyze mo nga yung grocery list ko for the past 12 months, tapos sabihin mo kung ano yung lagi kong binibili, ano yung pinagkakagastosan ko in life. Or create a fitness plan for me, 1 week, I want to develop my deltoids, mga ganyan. Yun yung, kayang gawin ng AI yun. Pero when it comes to high stakes, complex, controversial topics such as, is the genocide in Gaza a crime against humanity? Yung mga ganyan tanong. When it's a very politically sensitive issue, then I would not trust AI to do that because AI is trained on data scraped from the internet, and so much of that data is not credible. Studies have shown that even AI-generated work is being used to train AI itself. So parang nagkakaroon lang ng what one scholar calls enshittification, di ba? Parang papangit lang ng papangit yung mga nakukuha nating quality of information because AI models are training on AI-generated text. So when some task is difficult, is political, nawala yung anyway. Then ayun. Then I would not trust AI to do that. So basically, my basic principle is if you do not have the skill or domain knowledge to do a task or write about a topic yourself, then better not rely on AI to do it for you. So in the context of pedagogy and learning, for me, parang bibigyan ko ba ng iPhone yung 3-year-old kong kid or hayaan ko muna siyang matutong maglaro sa playground? Mga ganon. So for me, in the context of learning, I would rather not allow students to use AI until they have developed a baseline of capacities. Kasi once they don't develop those capacities anymore, parang it's easier kasi to rely on what is convenient. And that's not a moral failing. I think that as humans, if left to our own devices, we would rather do what is easy and convenient. Kasi we like comfort, di ba? But as educators, we have to put them through difficulty in order to enhance their capacities. Ang tawag namin dyan sa strength training ay progressive overload. Diba? If you want to build your muscle, you have to keep lifting heavier and heavier weights. So ganun din for me, ang approach ko sa teaching, I make them do more and more difficult tasks because that is exercising their cognitive muscles, which would allow them to build their capacities. So I'm a person who likes difficulty, say my friends. Anyway, so I also give you a copy of the Transparency Declaration. So ang ipupunto ko lang ay align lahat yan. Kung ano yung nasa syllabus ko, yun din yung nasa Transparency Declaration. And basically, ipapaliwanag lang ng estudyante paano niya ginamit yung AI. Ngayon, nagsisinungaling ba ang mga estudyante sa kanilang transparency declaration? Yes. And I can, kunwari, itong estudyanteng ito, hindi ko alam kung nababasa nyo, pero sabi niya, they used an AI to improve the language of their composition and to generate feedback on their drafts. Tapos I asked them to explain how they used AI. Yun nga, sabi niya, Google Docs, autocorrect, and predictive text, ChatGPT to give feedback, and then all sources were found through manual searching. But then, this is the works site, the image on the right is the works cited page of their paper. Almost all of their sources are hallucinated. So parang, okay, naglolokan pala tayo. Pero, may policy sa syllabus on how to address that. So I just followed what was in my policy. May 15 minutes na lang ako, tapos meron pa akong section 3, and the conclusion. So maghahabol talaga tayo. So I can talk a bit more about plagiarism and GenAI. This is the sort of orientation that I give to our new faculty every semester. Parang just running them through the institutional policies. Pero since I'm sure iba yung policy sa institution nyo, I can just, run ahead, but sige, ibalik natin, may nagpipicture. So, but if you want me to talk about this in greater detail, I can do so. So, medyo pa-flash ko lang yung mga slide, madami akong easy skip. Ayun, maraming ganap. So, ito yung in-email ko pa talaga yung Office of the Student Ethics para tanungin ano ba ang proseso ng ating universidad. So if you're not sure about what your institutional policy is, go to the office concerned with that and ask them what your institutional policy is. So basta naman yung guidelines ay aligned with university guidelines, that is in line with cultivating accountability. ay nawala. So ultimately, when I think about accountability, I'm not concerned so much with an amorphous anonymous audience, but I think accountability is being accountable to the community in which we locate ourselves in our work. So as an educator, I see the community that I am accountable to as the academic discourse community. So a discourse community is a community that is organized around shared principles and goals, and that use writing in order to fulfill those goals. So when I convene my classes, parang part of the work of a teacher now is community building. I think lumabas din to kahapon na gumagamit ng mga estudyante ng AI kasi takot silang i-judge ng kanilang mga peers and teachers. But if you see your classmates as part of a community that is there to help you and support you, that kind of feeling of being judged, I think, would be less. So, ang presentation ko rin sa mga estudyante ko from the first day of classes, I mean, mukha ako nakakatakot, pero hindi man ako masyadong nakakatakot. So, parang piniplay up ko lang din yung medyo bakya factor para hindi sila masyadong matakot sa akin. Tapos, we do a lot of community building exercises like, what are your convictions? Parang first day of class pa lang, what are your convictions, di ba? Convictions are identity affirming beliefs. So yan, may vulnerability na agad na ito yung pinaniniwalaan ko because this is essential to my identity. So share na sila, chika-chika na sila, ganyan. So from the first day of class, we can already see that as the beginning of community building. And that builds throughout the semester, especially when you let them do shared activities, etc. So once they have this sense of community na we're here to help each other grow, we're here to help develop our capacities, hopefully, instead of turning to ChatGPT to ask about things, to ask for feedback, they can go to you. Ako ayoko kasi sa akin ako sila dumidiretso. They can go to their classmates. Parang, I put them in, I call them research groups or research clusters. Para when they need support, they go to each other, hopefully. Mahirap din kasi, sa UP kasi iba-iba yung mga klase ng mga tao. So, ayun. Anyway, so what's at stake for me is the politics and ethics of knowledge itself. Hindi ko na-elaborate yun kasing haba. What's at stake? I think it's important to recognize na the people have the skin in the game are us, the humans. Chatbots don't have a stake, but the companies that produce them, they have a stake. And their stake is firmly with capital, with profit, diba? So as users of these tech, how do we ensure that our own interests get prioritized rather than the interests of capital? Kasi we cannot assume that those interests align. Often they do not, diba? So, agency. So, yon. Ito na yung last section. Baka dumaldal pa rin ako while kumakain kayo, okay lang naman. So, agency. The way that I try to cultivate agency is through course design and pedagogy, and then emphasizing the value of literature as a technology, which I will talk about later. So, in this past 3 days, ang dami yung ginawang exercise involving AI, but my own position is that I opt out of chat bots. I opt out of AI. And this is when ChatGPT came into the scene, I was an enthusiastic user at the beginning. Parang, kunwaring may kailangan akong i-email, tinatamad ako mag-email, tapos parang, gawin mo ngang mas nice and friendly yung tono nitong email ko kasi naiimbirya ako this Monday morning, mga ganyan. So, gagawin ng ChatGPT yun na, itong masungit na babaeng to, I will make her sound polite and professional. So, I was using ChatGPT for a lot of tasks like that. But as I came to learn about, the social and ecological costs of AI, I made the decision to opt out. Although, I cannot impose that decision on my students kasi may kanya-kanya rin naman tayong huwisyo, di ba? May kanya-kanya tayong position about it. So I know that some students who are dyslexic or some students who really struggle with the language, they really benefit a lot from using AI. So who am I to say na as a neurotypical person, ito yung i-impose ko sa'yo. Tapos yung mga neurospicy kids mo, they're like, but this helps me with my ADHD and dyslexia. So what I do is I try to design the course so that we can explore the issue from various perspectives, and I can do this in English 13 kasi English 13 is writing as thinking. I have literature courses that I try to insert AI, and I'll tell you about that in a bit. So pwede mong i-integrate ang AI literacy in your coursework without having to use AI at all, but by exposing them to all of these knowledge about the contexts of AI use. for me also, baka medyo stretch na to, but for me the stakes is also in decentering Eurocentric knowledge production. Kasi we know nga that AI is trained on data sets that are mostly produced by Western sources, na most of its training data is in English, di ba? Tapos in that chain of training and production, knowledge production, parang the people from the global south are relegated to roles like training the AI. There's a lot of labor exploitation there. So for me, not opting out of AI is also recognizing that AI use actually contributes to these features of colonial knowledge production, that it distorts information arising from the failure to understand context, that it often promotes forms of universalism like white supremacy or dominant narratives about political events. Kasi yun nga yung data niya, ito yung finifeed sa kanyang naratibo, so ito rin yung nire-reproduce niya. And for me, it also contributes to silencing alternative voices that are not fed into the training data. So for example, chika lang to sa akin, no, kasi wala ako kahapon, pero gumawa raw kayo ng mga video using AI. Tapos balita ako, puro mga white people. O, di ba? So parang yun pa lang yung exercise na yun. Bakit puro white people dito? But walang wonderful brown woman in this, or man in this training data set, di ba? So even that exercise shows you which sorts of people are privileged in the training of AI. So, my general recommendations are, and I think I can end in this and then ituloy ko unless, how much time do I have or super? Wala na. May 5 minutes pa ako. Okay, sige, 5 minutes. So my general recommendations for integrating AI in literature, first, promote self-reflection about and accountability to moral, ethical, and pedagogical values. So encourage students to reflect on what learning means to them and what they would like to develop throughout the course instead of focusing on grades or predetermined learning outcomes. I really am an anti-grades person. I hate grades. I wish we didn't have grades. Diba, same? Yeah, pero dahil nga we work with institutions that use grades, parang okay, so how can we be more critical about grading? How could GenAI use or help hinder them in the pursuit of their own learning aims, and how can they be accountable to themselves and their communities of discourse and practice? So laging may emphasis on accountability. Tas medyo ginigil trip ko rin sila kasi sinasabi ko sa kanila, huy, pinag-aaral kayo ng mga Pilipino, di ba? Galingan nyo kasi your education is being paid for by the Filipino people in order to contribute to this country's national development. So husayan mo, bawal kang maging ano-ano dyan gano'n. So meron ding guilt tripping na nagaganap. Na I think is important kasi so much around them is just telling them to self-optimize and, build their own human capacity. So dapat ipaalala na, huy, hindi lang yan, our life is not just about profit-making and self-optimization. Ayun. So the second general recommendation is to define the boundaries of acceptable and non-acceptable use. And again, that is rooted in what your goals are as teachers and learners. So instead of issuing a blanket prohibition, kasi hindi rin nila susundin yan kahit maglagay ka ng blanket prohibition, pag-usapan nyo, parang what is allowable use for us at bakit ganun yung decision natin. And the third is, for me as a literature teacher, to problematize the value of literature as a technology for the organization of cognition and affect, and of close reading as a practice of activating the value of this technology. So, pag sinabi mong teknolohiya, usually inisip mo lang itong aking iPad, hindi pa ito iPad, but yung aking tablet or yung phone mo. But we forget that a book is also a technology. Pwede niyo po bang i-play yung Instagram post ng Merriam-Webster? Gusto ko lang pakita sa kanila kasing ganda. Ay, nakita niyo yan? Papalabas ko lang ulit kasi fun siya. Medyo nabudol ako dun eh. Okay lang po ba play?
It is the dawn of the AI era. And we are proud to introduce our latest large language model. This LLM has over 217,000 rigorously defined parameters. It never hallucinates. It does not require a data center and uses no electricity. It's a powerful tool that will change how you communicate forever.
There's artificial intelligence, and there's actual intelligence.
Po. So, ang ganda, parang, ang ganda nun. Oo nga naman, large language model nga naman ng dictionary, no? Pero instead of relying on algorithms, you use your own brain to make the connections, di ba? So, we forget sometimes that literature is also a technology for organizing cognition and affect. And I think we have to bring that back on the table na na pag nagbabasa ka ng literatura, tumatalino ka. Ganon. But also, that your own effort is required in that process. Now, against the tides of convenience, we have to like convince or help our students see the value of exertion as part of the process of capacitating themselves. So for me, that's the function of literature. So tatakbuhan ko lang din to, pero pwede nating pag-usapan yung English 22, paano ko ina-incorporate ang AI discussions in English 22. English 22 is survey of British literature from the Romantic, Victorian, modern, and postmodern eras. So I usually talk about philosophy of science, mga discourses around science around the Victorian era. Kasi diba, the Victorian era heralds the dawn of industrialization. Tapos yung mga anxieties about technologies replacing people, naging mainstream din during the Victorian era. So, pagbabasahin ko sila ng Frankenstein, pag-uusapan natin, parang what are the implications of these mad scientists doing things out of ambition and then not really thinking about the repercussions of what they have done? Or we talk about H.G. Wells. Saan yung sa H.G. Wells? May nakaharang ba sa ano? Charot. Ayun, sa H.G. Wells, The Time Machine, di ba? I don't know if you've read this, pero wild talaga yung H.G. Wells na it imagines a future where the haves of society have become these useless, beautiful creatures that are eaten by the have-nots of the society, which have become these monstrous kind of creatures. So, as in it imagines a society where humans, because of the class divide, have been turned into two different species. That's the Morlocks, which are the have-nots, the historical have-nots. They eat the haves. Parang ganyan sa pag-uusapan natin yan, parang, when one day the poor will have nothing left to eat but the rich. Parang ito yung lohika nung The Time Machine. That quote is usually attributed to Jean-Jacques Rousseau. So another thing that we discuss is E.M. Forster, The Machine Stops, which imagines a society where every single function has been taken care of by the machine. Tapos yung issue pa doon is parang people rely so much on the machine that they have replaced God with the machine. They have replaced communal relations with the machine. Pero yun nga, what if the machine stops? Na you have already relegated so much of your life to the machine. Paano kapag biglang tumigil? Tapos nakakatawa siya kasi di ba a few months ago, biglang nagkaroon ng outage si ChatGPT. Tapos ang dami lang estudyante na nabaliw online kasi they couldn't access ChatGPT. So nga, what if the machine suddenly stops? And we see that even now, di ba? Pag kunwari down yung Facebook, down yung X, nababaliw lang yung mga tao. Parang, pag down yung Facebook, guys, labas kayo, makipaglaro kayo sa mga kaibigan nyo, ano? Ayun. Tapos isa pa namin nag-usapan ay A Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf, which problematizes how so much of Western literary production has been dominated by men. And so when it's men that represent women, what sort of stereotypes are reproduced about women? And that remains to be a problem in GenAI training, di ba? Na when you the data set of GenAI, now when you ask for an image of a black woman or a brown woman or an Asian woman, the images tend to be hypersexualized because in the Western representation of women, there is a patriarchal orientalist orientation to it. So it has politics on that. And syempre, hindi natin makakalimutan si George Orwell na ginagamit din namin. So when I use time's up na pero tapusin ko na to, promise. So pag si George Orwell yung pinag-uusapan namin, ang ginagawa kong exercise sa kanila ay pretend to be examinees for the membership in the outer party. Explain to the rest of the class how these technologies of control are subjugating the people of this society. So fun yun kasi may mga theatrical na, comrades, today we gather. Gumaganyan yung mga estudyante. Parang fun to ganyan. So yun yung mga ginagawa ko sa mga klase ko. Ayun. So I think landings lang. So landings again, by way of a conclusion, literature is a cognitive and affective technology, and close reading is the primary technique for activating this technology. Technology is not something that is just given, but it is thing that we create, that humans create, and that in turn, the technology creates our world. So pag sinasabi ng mga tao na, ay, instrumento lang yung AI, hindi. Kasi the generative AI is an instrument or a tool as much as your cell phone is a tool. Na even in classes, diba, it takes so much effort for us, for students, to resist the hailing of the phone, the subjugation of the phone, yung hindi lang sila mag-check ng notifications, diba? So we know that even as we use our phones, the phones are also working on us. It's changing the way we think, it's changing the way we interact. So generative AI and technologies at large are the same. They are not innocent tools. When we create tools, these tools also change us. It's a two-way process. And so, in this context, diba, in this whole discussion, narratives and storytelling, at ito babalik tayo sa ginagampanan na trabaho ng ICW, diba, na in these contested, highly charged political spaces, creators such as writers, artists, they are crucial in shifting the narrative. Now, we have to remain critical, and we have to remain consistent and clear about our values, because our convictions is going to help us create the kind of art and writing that we think should shape the way that people see the world. And syempre, beyond sa shifting narratives, we also do something else, like act outside the narrative. Ultimately, what sort of world and what sort of worldviews are shaping AI development? What sort of world is AI shaping in turn? And what sort of world do we want to make, and for whom? So this is the way that I understand generative AI. Sorry kung hindi masyadong techie, but ganon. Very humanities pa rin. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Reynaldo. Napaka-importante ng mga questions na pinost sa atin ni Ma'am Tin. So, bawian po natin siya at batuhan din po natin siya ng important questions on our side. So, tayo po ay magsa-start Q&A. So, tayo ay didiretso na po sa ating Q&A. So, if anyone has any questions or kung meron kayong gustong balikan dun sa mga slides ni Ma'am na pwede ba nating palawigin, raise your hand lang po at lalapitan po kayo ng aming interns. Thank you po. Any questions? Okay po. Questions? Questions on any part of Dr. Reynaldo's talk for us? Yes, Ma'am IC.
Hello, Doc. IC po from UP Visayas. This is a more practical question. Kasi mga nobela po yun, ano? So, paano natin na-encourage yung mga estudyante na magbasa para mas ma-discuss without. Kasi pwede na lang gawin, just give me a summary of the novel or what. So, what are your ways to encourage the students to really read? Thank you po.
Ginagawa nga naman nila yan. Sorry, nasa mid ako so medyo. So for the classes where I require novels, kunwari, depending on the length of the novel, I divide the discussion of the novel into 3 days, usually 3 to 4 days. Tapos in between novels, I incorporate reading breaks. Kasi in UP, we're still allowed to, we're still allowed to do hybrid modes in teaching. So there are days where I just let them read the novel. But another thing that I have them do is at the beginning of each session, I have them submit a 3x5 index card. I call them QCCs, or question or comment cards. So at the beginning of each discussion, they submit this index card with a question or comment about the text. Tapos, well, when I was an undergrad kasi, my professors made me write a 1 to 2 page paper for every single session. Tapos feeling ko, mahirap yun. So, I mean, ginawa ko naman dati, pero hindi ako natutulog. So, parang gusto ko naman sila matulog. So, I just make them write the question cards. And that's what I give feedback on the quality of their question. Kasi the way that you formulate a question also emphasizes, or it shows your understanding, the depths of your understanding about the material. So, when I read the question cards, kita mo rin kung sinong nag-summary lang. Like, mali pa yung title mo, ganyan. Pero kita mo rin na may nag-engage. For me, kaya ako nagturo sa higher ed rather than basic ed kasi ayokong masyadong invested emotionally sa mga ganap na mga bata. Parang I treat them as adults. So if you want to do this, and you don't want to waste your time with me, why would you want to waste your time with me? So if you don't want to waste your time with me, parang gawin natin to, di ba? It's part of the class. But if they don't want to because they have maybe other things going on in life, understandably, okay lang. Pero yun nga, I emphasize to them that what you get out of this class really depends on what you are able and willing to put into it. So kung gawin nila yon, well, decision nila yon. As adults, yun yung decision nila. Pero that's one practical thing that I do, the question and comment cards. For my other class naman, English 132, which is Modern British Literature, puro nobela lang din yun. Medyo, kasi we're always told that students nowadays don't have the attentional capacity for long-form texts. So I make them read long-form texts kasi kasi so many students don't finish books anymore. So parang magtatapos tayo ng libro. At least one, kailangan matapos nyo. So kunwari in that class, I have like 6 novels. Each group is required to present on one novel. So we also have sessions where the discussions are entirely student-led. So even if they don't manage to read all 6 novels in full, at least may isa doon, yung re-reportan nila na hopefully binasa nila in full. Kasi they're going to lead the discussion, they're going to take questions from their classmates and from me. So medyo nakakahiya. Mahiya, element din na, ay nakakahiya kung hindi ko masasagot ito. Kasi ito na nga lang yung gagawin ko, hindi ko pa nagawa, di ba? So may ganon. Yeah, sorry ang haba ng sagot ko sa iyong tanong.
Yes po. So I guess isa sa mga best weapons talaga natin as teachers ay shame. Shame the students. Okay po. Other questions po?
May pleasure din naman
yes.
doon. May pleasure.
There's a fine line between shame and pleasure.
Well,
Next, any other questions po? Yes, sir.
Sundan ko lang siguro, ma'am, yung question. Kung sa akin naman po siguro, like, how do you incorporate AI in your tasks sa literary teaching? Ganun.
ako hindi, wala.
Walang AI integration.
Oo. As in yung like even in my administrative work, kasi as a GE coordinator, I have to match supply and demand, basically, and fit schedules to people. So I work a lot with spreadsheets. That's what I like about that admin job. I don't have to talk to people. I just have to talk with spreadsheets. But even that, I don't automate it kasi pinaglalaroan ko rin siya minsan. May pleasure din about it. Kunwari, I get a request from business administration, please open 3 English 13 classes for us, ganyan. I-assign ko yung mga klase na yun sa Marxista na prof, di ba? Para may meron ding for me, even in the drudgery of labor, I can find ways to entertain myself. So baka kawirduhan ko lang din but I don't like the only way that I use AI regularly in my work is by using transcription tools. Kasi as you have certainly noticed ang daldal ko, di ba? So much of my thinking actually begins in making daldal to myself. So I have this AI called Author AI. It's a transcription application. And then when at 3 a.m. may bumabagabag pa rin sa akin na isipan, ganyan. Dinadaldalan ko lang yung Author AI, and it transcribes my thoughts so that in the morning, when I wake up, I can arrange this into an outline, mga ganyan. So that's how I incorporate AI in my workflow. But otherwise, I don't. Nung pandemic pala, I used an AI called Wobot. It's a chatbot developed by psychologists. Tapos the training data is also from psychologists. Tapos nung pandemic, wala kasi akong kausap nung pandemic, malamang kasi lahat tayo naka-lockdown, ganyan. But I was using it to teach me techniques of cognitive behavioral therapy. So interesting yung chatbot na yon. Kasi now, nung pandemic kasi for free yan for everyone. But now I think it's not just paywall, but you need the recommendation of a professional for you to access the chatbot. Kasi alam natin na a lot of students nowadays, they use chatbots as therapists, and there is a danger to that. Kasi ChatGPT has a tendency to just affirm you and reinforce what you're thinking. Sometimes ang kailangan mo hindi yung mag-affirm sa'yo, pero someone who will call you out on your bullshit. Ganyan. So I think that the way to sustainably go with AI is to develop not large language models, but smaller models with more curated data sets. And if you're creating chatbots for high-stakes concerns like mental health, medical diagnosis, mga ganyan, the chatbot should be tied to a professional. Dapat may professional guidance. So maybe your doctor, your nutritionist, your therapist can recommend you this chatbot. Tapos kapag may concern ka with the chatbot, you can, schedule a session with your therapist. Alam ko napakamahal ng therapy. Kaya nga nagcha-chatbot ang mga tao. But yon, those are the ways. So hindi actually workflow question yun. It's a psychological care question. But yun, author and Wobot. Pero paid na yata si Wobot, so I don't know. Hindi ko siya ginagamit.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po.
Ma'am, this is out of curiosity lang po. Meron na po bang AI ngayon na nagre-recognize ng mga face? For example, pag ganun yung mata mo, ma-recognize niya na nasa state of melancholy ka, tapos kailangan mo ng hug, yun yung magiging sagot niya. May mga ganun.
Hindi ko po alam. Kasi pagdating sa AI and faces, parang ano lang, May 2 tsaka Facetune lang yung alam kong ginagamit ng mga tao. But I just know that facial recognition technology is used to surveil protesters, for example. So a lot of the funding that goes into AI development actually comes from military spending. Kasi the development of AI technology requires so much capital that either you're a tech billionaire or you're a government to have the money to support AI development. That's why that's also part of the ethical issues about AI, na it's often deployed for either military or very capitalistic purposes. So hindi ko po alam kung merong makaka-recognize ng ganon. Pero feeling ko naman yung friends ko marirecognize nila kung malungkot ako. So sa kanila na lang ako magpapakute.
Okay po. Again, going back to yung previous discussions natin na baka kailangan natin ng community building kung yung emotions na natin yung in question. So any other questions that Yes, sir?
Good afternoon po. First, I would like to say that I really love your talk. I enjoyed it so much. And this is my question. This has been a lingering thought since this morning. Gusto ko sana itanong ka na sa speaker, pero sa inyo ko na lang po itatanong.
Wala ko kanina umaga.
Pero I think it's related. Pero kasi kanina sinabi na we can feed text in the LLMS models, and then we can also feed like our own creative writing, then let the chat box or the AI comment about it. So we may follow it or not. So my question is, do you think, ma'am, that way of progressing perhaps our way of writing could also inadvertently cause us to be in a loop or not develop our own way of writing? Kasi if the LMS ay yung mga chatbot ay feed natin is syempre yung mga common ngayon na writing, is it parang nililimit ba niya yung mga forms of writing na experimental? Diba? Parang hindi tayo parang baka may possibility ba na mag-loop lang tayo so kung anong meron, and it's not making us progress to a more experimental form of writing na perhaps hindi pa natin alam na form of writing ngayon.
Yung mga ganyan tanong yung hindi ko masasagot kasi hindi ako, I don't know much about conceptual writing or uncreative writing or computational creativity, but there are studies around that. Pero baka andun si Jean B. Cruz tsaka si Adam David, feeling ko masasagot nila yan. But from my perspective, yung ganong kinds of playing with creativity kasi is interesting. And I'm thinking, for example, of T.S. Eliot when he reconceptualizes authorship and the function of the writer away from the romantic conception of the writer. Yung romantic conception kasi of the writer is that the authorial I is the one that processes the world and then turns out language about what has been processed. So parang instrumental yung subjectivity of the writer himself or herself in creating art. So yung tanong mong ganon na about, parang feeding ourselves to the AI, limiting experimentation, I feel like that still draws from a more romantic conception of the writer. When we talk about writing as soul, ganyan, very romantic yung ganon. Si Eliot naman, sabi niya, the role of the writer is just a catalyst. The writer is the catalyst that processes all of the different influences in the environment, and through the mind of the writer, the writer doesn't have to draw from his own experience, from his own feelings, his own thoughts. Hindi. Aayusin lang niya kung anong nasa paligid niya. So a lot of modern literature is about that. In relation to that also, in relation to computational creativity, dati nung nagsusulat pa ako creatively, ngayon hindi na kasi masyado. Dati, kunwari, pinaglalaroan ko yung mga forma katulad ng cento. A cento is a poetic form. It is a 100-line poem and each line is taken from an already existing poem. So, masasabi mong, ito rin kinda yung ginagawa ng AI just without human intentionality. When you do a cento, the work of creativity consists in the work of arranging, choosing, like curating what sort of text to put in, and arranging the text. So, technically, you're not the originator of those lines. They came from around you already. But your creativity consists in arranging the lines and choosing what goes into that. So, may ibang conceptualization na yun ng creativity. I also have a friend na he inputs how he uses AI for creative writing is he inputs his writing into the AI. Parang tawag niya doon prompt, pero basically nagsulat siya ng sarili niyang essay, pinakain niya sa AI without any instructions. Pinakain lang niya yung text niya sa AI. Tapos what the AI churns out is what he thinks of as the language that he has harvested. Kasi often the AI uses his own language to create new language for saying the same things. Di ko rin masyadong gets yun, pero yun nga, andito si Adam David. Pero parang people also play with that in their own ways. Na it doesn't, parang using the AI for writing does not need to be directional or imperative prompting. Pwedeng iba rin yung ipakain mo sa kanya, I guess.
Okay, I think that's a nice place to take a breath muna and take a bio break. So, let's take 10 minutes. Yung mga snacks po natin ay nakapack na, so pwede nyo na din po silang kunin. But for now, let's take a 10-minute break before we do our workshop with Dr. Reynaldo. So, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All together now. Kukorni niyo. Okay, we welcome back Dr. Kristine Reynaldo for our workshop. Thank you.
Wait lang may props kasi ako. Saan na yung props ko? Meron akong singing bowl. Ganyan. Yes, may props tayo. Ay? Ayun. Ay, wala pa. Wait lang. Okay. So, the foundation of the activity is not about AI itself, but parang clarifying which problems we're dealing with are not strictly AI problems, but are exacerbated by AI. So what I've been hearing from the last 3 days is that we all recognize that the workload that students and teachers have to deal with is often what pushes us to rely on AI. So the image on the right is AI generated. Tapos yung prompt for the image ay, teacher sitting at desk looking stressed and overworked, piles of papers and books around and surrounded by students, concept of fatigue and overburdened, created with generative AI technology. So yun yung prompt for the teacher. And you also recognize that part of what contributes to the work done by students is because many of us subscribe to the idea of scaffolding. Now you give them a lot of smaller tasks that would help them build their skills for bigger tasks, such as you give them a lot of exercises like literature review para pagdating ng final exams, they can actually write an entire paper. So the activity is, I call it structures and strictures. Structures as in yung mga the structures that we navigate, and the strictures or the prohibitions that often arise from the structures that we navigate. So the exercise of agency, so this kind of activity recognizes that the exercise of agency requires an understanding of the structures the agent must navigate to effectively act in the world. Kasi wala ka namang agency kung walang structure within which you exercise your agency. So the purpose of this exercise is to define the conditions, including material, ideological, institutional, and biographical conditions. Biographical including, kunwari, gusto kong mag-MA pero 5 yung anak ko, lahat sila nag-aaral. Kailangan ko rin silang alagaan habang nagtuturo ako tapos mag-MA pa. Mga ganong kinds of biographical conditions that constrain or enable reliance on AI to achieve pedagogical goals. So I'm not gonna ask you to use any kind of AI to do this because ethically I have opted out mostly. But we'll still these are the instructions. So participants will be divided into small groups. So for the purposes of convenience, kung sinong kasama nyo sa table, yun na lang yung group mates nyo. And so among yourselves, kunwari, you're 3 or 4 to a table, maybe assign a facilitator and a scribe. So the facilitator will moderate your discussion, lalo na kapag walang gustong magsalita ng una. And then the scribe will take note. Or kung ayaw nyo ng ganong kakornihan, pwede namang kayo na lang, lahat kayo mag-take ng notes. Basta the point is that you take down notes kasi you will share it later. 5 prompts for discussion will be flashed on screen. You will be given 7 minutes to discuss each prompt. So, I'll show the first prompt, tapos I'll time it pagdating ng mga 6:45. Kasi syempre kailangan ko pa ng time to flash the next one. Basta pag narinig nyo to, ganyan, kaya may props ako. So pag narinig nyo to, ting, parang we will move on to the next prompt. So 5 prompts will be flashed. You don't have to, kasi under each prompt, may mga sub-prompts pa. You don't have to be exhaustive about it. Parang pag-usapan nyo lang kung anong kayang pag-usapan within 7 minutes. Hopefully, lahat makapagsalita. No? At the end of 35 minutes, each group will draft classroom guidelines for acceptable or non-acceptable AI use for both teachers and students. Kasi I realized na, kunwari, I make my students sign a transparency declaration, but as a teacher, do I also let them know that I use AI to create exams? Do I tell them that I use AI to grade their papers? Kailangan reciprocal yung disclosure. Kasi for me, unethical na I will require students to disclose their AI use tapos ako hindi ko sa kanila sasabihin. Kasi if I were a student and I learned that my professor was just using AI to grade my paper, I will also just use AI to write my paper. Parang AI na mag-uusap, di ba? So, ganon. So, sinasabi ko rin sa students ko na binabasa ko lahat ng papel nyo at sobrang OC ko magbasa. Kahit magkasakit ako pag grading week, babasahin ko lahat yan. So I tell them that, I don't use AI. So parang, ito na naman yung guilt tripping na, guys, I'm pouring the best years of my life for you. So maybe, do the work also. Para sa inyo naman to eh. Mga ganong emotional, affective ganaps. Because teaching is also affective work. That's why, in projections of job redundancy, parang teachers will not be replaced by AI because the AI cannot emote the way that we can emote. Diba? So, at the end of 35 minutes, you will craft policies ka. If you think that after all of the 3 days that you've gone to thinking about all of these things, you feel like, ayoko pala mag-AI. Or pwede naman ganon. So parang, instead of relying on AI, what do you think can you change in your institutional conditions? Baka pwedeng sabihin nyo sa principal nyo, ma'am, baka gusto nyo bumili ng mga ganitong kadaming baka gusto nyo kaming pakainin, pag gusto nyo kaming ipag-overtime sa admin work. Mga ganong bagay. Parang, what can we ask for? Pag we know the conditions kasi baka may leeway naman doon to ask for things. So in UP, we have an academic union, so we always ask for things. And I hope that in other institutions, we all have that capacity to ask for things collectively for our collective interests. So if time permits, group representatives may present their work to the rest. So I know mga 50 kayo, so mga 10 groups yan, di ba? May math is still mathing. If we have time, kung sino na yung gustong mag-share, pwedeng ganon. Okay? Ready na ba tayo? Yes. Okay. Basta kung sino lang yung katabi nyo, ha? Ayan. So the first prompt is about labor conditions. Yes, trauma bonding po ito. So how many teaching units or hours do you have per week? What are the number of your class preps? What is the student-to-teacher ratio for class? What are the expected forms and volume of student output, expected forms and frequency of instructor feedback, and what are your other non-teaching work? So collective therapy session po ito. So 6 to 7 minutes to talk about this, and then after that, we will move on to the next prompt. So puro ganyan yung mga prompt natin. Yes. Okay, let's go. Okay, next prompt. Nasaan na yung next prompt? Next prompt. Ayon. Next prompt po ay relates to material conditions. So what facilities, devices, learning resources, including physical libraries, digital repositories, like does your institution have access to JSTOR, mga ganyan, learning management systems, generative AI programs, and other forms of support are commonly accessible to students and instructors. May mga Wi-Fi po ba sa inyong mga classroom? Wala pala. Paano tayo maglalaro with AI kung walang Wi-Fi? Anyway, how deep are the class divide and the digital divide in your institution? Are you teaching mostly upper class students, or do you also have to teach students with no access to a laptop? Mga ganyan. So yun pong ating pag-usapan for the next 7 minutes ulit. Let's go! Ayan. Third prompt po. Institutional conditions. What are the existing principles and policies governing academic integrity, plagiarism, and other forms of cheating and AI use in your institution? Tas kalakip din dyan yung in UP kasi, if you suspect a student of intellectual dishonesty, you have to report it to the dean, and then the dean convenes a committee. So it's a long process. I'm wondering whether in your institution there's more streamlined, I don't know, a different process for dealing with AI-generated work. And this is also for you to think about how to protect yourself, kasi diba, isang issue sa generative AI are professors parang accusing students of using GenAI tapos hindi naman pala totoo. So you might, in the worst case scenario, you might face lawsuits depending on how powerful your student is, di ba? So what are the policies that guide academic integrity in your institution? And then second, what are the formal and informal expectations, processes, or practices that influence student and teacher evaluation? So for example, there are some schools that merong grade consultation. Dito wala. So parang sa ibang institutions, grade consultation is institutionalized. Tapos naririnig ko, dumadating yung mga parents. Nakakawindang naman yun. So ano yung mga ganong practices in your institution? Okay. 7 minutes ulit. Pero in practice, 6:45 kasi nag-aalat ako ng time for reading the prompt. So mga 6:45 actually. Okay, go po. Okay. Penultimate. Five prompts lang to. Fourth one. Values and objectives of scholarship. So how would you articulate the value of what you are teaching? What skills, capacities, or dispositions do you hope your students would develop in the course of their studies? And baka kayo rin, parang what sort of, what do you hope to develop as a teacher, writer, scholar, or administrator? So, 7 minutes po ulit. Konti na lang, guys. Existential yung mga tanong natin. Yes. Okay po. Last na po ito. Tapos hanggang 3:30 ito. So for the last prompt, from what you have observed, how do students usually use AI in coursework and in the service of what ends? And in light of the discussions thus far, to what extent and in what ways do you imagine AI used to constrain or enhance human welfare, dignified labor, and creative expression? So, hindi lang kayo bibigyan ng 7 minutes for this. Hanggang 3:30 na po ito kasi after you discuss these things, you will now make your AI policy collectively. Tapos po, hindi pa po ako nasasagot, pero tinanong ko po kung pwedeng gamitin yung 3:30 to 3:45 for group presentations. Pwede po ba? 3:30 to 3:45 group presentations. Ayun po. So, pwede po itong pag-usapan until 3:30, tapos 3:30 to 3:45, sharing po nung mga napag-usapan or yung kahit yung output ninyo po for AI policy. Okay? Till 3:30 po.
Wala. Ayan, dito na lang. Ayan, hello po. Good afternoon po. Ayan, balik kami po ay yung marami mga pinaglalaban sa buhay, so bear with us po. Since tayo po ay naka-live, we will try to make everything blind item. Thank you.
Hello, may check 1, 2. Very striking tone. Hello mga bata, magandang hapon. So, we are po the F5. We are the full 5 boys group sa pinakalikod. And this is to synthesize everything that we discussed regarding the material conditions, to the institutional conditions, and to the rest of them. And I hope I can clearly summarize everything. Now, for the first one, we have the labor conditions. And to generalize, each school has different conditions, of course. So we want, as a group, to present everything by average. So for our group, we have, in terms of the number of hours, and as well as the units in teaching, we have 21 to 36 units. 36 is too much, but congratulations pa rin, sir. And for the preparations, some teachers have 6, some teachers have 2 subjects. So by average, we have 3 preparations per week. And student to teacher ratio, that's very difficult as well. Some classrooms have 22 learners, some classrooms have 70. Saan uupo ang bata? But congratulations pa rin. Thank you, DepEd, sa classrooms. 22 lang yung na-accomplish. And of course, for the student works naman, it ranges from essay works, we have critical papers, research papers. And here's a very interesting story. There's one teacher who handles 4 classrooms. Each classroom has 5 groups, which means a single teacher handles 20 research papers. Solo checking, no payment. And that's a reality that teachers in the Philippines face. And when it comes to feedbacking naman, we have some schools ay by average for 1 feedbacking session per week. Meron ding twice, meron ding thrice. And of course, for other, when it comes naman to additional works ng teachers, meron namang coaching. Some teachers are tapped to train journalist learners. Meron ding for research advisories. Meron ding sports, theaters, and speakerships without payment. Thank you.
Ayun po. So let's try to have the brighter side of things. Hopefully brighter po ito. So this is more on materials. Luckily, all of our classrooms naman po, majority of them have aircon. Basta alam namin may aircon, hindi lang siya nararamdaman, but still, it exists. The aircon exists, but we cannot feel the coldness of it. Ayan. In terms of the classroom, since meron nga pong nabanggit na may classroom shortage, well, accommodating po kami sa mga schools kasi usually we use yung mga open spaces like ilalim ng puno ng mangga, ganon. So at least may classroom. Anyway, and then we also have computer lab, speech lab, library naman po. Usually, by average, marami po sa amin ay medyo updated pero may ilan po na mga thesis tsaka research papers po or references ay yung meron pang kagat ng daga, ganon, pero ginagamit pa rin sa library, at least, diba? Ayun. And in terms of our other facilities and infrastructures, usually nagkakaroon po yan kapag po may accreditation. So ano ba, mga speech lab, ganon. May picture po sa accreditation. Yun po yung importante, may picture siya. Huwag na lang po natin tanongin kung ginagamit. At least documented siya. Ayun. And in terms of our digital class divide po, usually yung mga students kasi namin, roughly 10 to 25% of them, medyo okay yung kanilang technological access. Wag na lang po nating tanongin kung maganda yung signal o hindi. Ang pinag-uusapan ay accessibility. So nakakapag-open naman po sila ng data nila. Wala nga ng signal, pero at least naka-open. Ayun. And class divide po, usually 10% ay nasa middle class po yung mga profile ng mga estudyante. And ayun, may mga TV rin naman po yung mga classrooms, no, kahit po medyo kahit medyo hindi masyadong accommodating sa dami ng students, but yung mga TV ay limited edition lang. Ayun. Yun lang po muna.
Hello mga bata, nagbabalik si teacher. So this time, we will also try to synthesize the institutional conditions. And of course, the centric or the focus of our discussion is about the AI policy. And when we shared our experiences from our different schools, it comes to light that there's only one school, at least in our group, that meron silang AI policy. And eksena kasi may title yung policy nila. And to read this, Responsible AI Use for Sustainable Education. The problem is, maganda yung title pero yung file hindi accessible. So siguro next time, yun. And of course, this is relevant to the cheating issue that we have, where the students are not very honest when it comes to learning. And the good thing naman is all of our schools have these policies in our student handbooks. However, different conditions have different on how they deal with this. Because for some schools, they do not, although they will be able to catch the learners doing it, those teachers or the school will not strictly implement this because of promotion issues. In some schools kasi, merong 60% yung percentage sa promotion score. And if what will happen if yung teacher nag-strictly implement ng no cheating policy, parang mababa yung grade ng learners, the learners will come back at the teacher sa student forms evaluation. And that form will be used against the teacher when it comes to promotion. So maybe this is an eye-opener for us teachers to revisit these policies because somehow this is kind of unfair to those teachers who are really doing their works very, very well. And aside from that, some schools do not strictly implement this because of the mental health and humanitarian reasons for the learners. And especially mental health, this is a really, really important discussion because this is really true for our students. However, I think we can have another way or options on how to deal with this if the learners get caught doing this. And lastly, when it comes to student or teacher evaluation, some teachers, by average, for our group, at least we have once or twice evaluations. Pero sometimes, eme lang yung evaluations kasi on paper lang yun, din walang nangyayari. Thank you.
Okay, sige po. And then to wrap things up, let's have values, objectives, and yung AI anxiety natin, which I think is kinda interesting to share with everyone. So majority of us are actually teaching writing-related courses in literature. So on top of our priority in terms of values and our objectives is for our students to at least be a reader. Yun yung siguro pinaka-humble namin na synthesis. At least maging reader sila. Siguro kahit isa or dalawa lang, as mentioned by one of our members, kahit isa o dalawa lang out of 20 to 70 students per class ay maging reader. Masaya nang pumuna kami doon. Kasi kahit papaano may nagbasa, may nagtiyagang magbasa. Although, there are also instances where we try to make sure that the learning of our students from the stories are not only cognitive. Sana kinakaya natin itong i-put into real-life situations para at least makita ng estudyante na the readings actually represents parts of themselves. So, babalik tayo doon sa ang hino-hope namin sa mga estudyante, aside from being a reader at first, sana as they develop, they become patient in terms of discerning or reading, especially kapag mga classics or mga medyo mahaba. Kasi alam naman natin, kagaya na nabanggit ni ma'am kanina, mahirap na din talaga yung kanilang attention span. But may isang case dito halimbawa na parang at least 5 pages po ng short story hindi na kayang i-process ng mga estudyante sa college. So that's very alarming. But still, we want to be structured pa sana in terms of approaching students. And one way to do that actually ay letting our students read yung kanilang trip, kung ito ay Wattpad or ito man ay kung ano TikTok na mga recommendations na mga ganon. Kahit ganun muna para at least magkaroon tayo ng cultivation of reading culture and then i-process natin kapag may mga discussions para at least na-engage lalo yung mga estudyante. And then lastly, since majority of us are actually handling teacher education students, which ironically nare-report din na hindi na rin palabasa kahit po English major or Filipino major, ay medyo alarming yon. But what we want to try is at least on our discussions, at least on the reading list that we are curating or even letting them to actually read, maging creative at critical sila at the very end. Kasi at the end of the day, there will be a time that they will be the ones standing here in front of us teaching what they read, hopefully. And in terms of AI anxieties and or whatnots, unfortunately, our students, sa amin po generally, ginagamit ng AI to actually comply. Yun yung harsh reality siguro natin doon, mga ma'am and sir, no? When we let our students write their own essay and all, majority will just comply, and then sometimes they are proud that it's their work, pero the first line that you're going to read there is, "Hi, this is a final draft version of your," ganon. "Would you like me to refine it to better the tone?" Ganon. And then actually, ma-share ko lang din po, I have this instance where I actually let my students have their reflection paper inside of a F to F classroom. So, ang gusto ko lang naman makita is kung may natutunan sila doon or nakita ba din yung sarili nila, ganon. But unfortunately, some of them drafted their reflection paper on ChatGPT app before they actually write it. Bakit po? Dahil some would say na sana po wag na mag-F to F kasi hindi po kami confident to participate. Yun po yung isang nagiging ano natin dito. Medyo nakukulangan tayo ngayon ng personal touch or human touch when it comes to letting our students read, which is why what we want to do is sana, if we're going to have our acceptable and non-acceptable classroom policies in terms of AI, sana we always put in our minds the priority of letting our students to be trained in properly discerning the limitations on their own, kasi we cannot really control them, diba? We cannot really brainwash them that no AI at all and mga ganyan. But siguro try to balance when is the right time to use AI with the performance task, for example, or when is the right time not to use it to accomplish a certain task. So siguro nandun po tayo sa pagbabalance. And ito yung isang naging interesting pinaka-last na po. When it comes to writing siguro, naging helpful para po sa amin yung nagpapadraft. Kasi process writing siya. So at least may scaffolding muna, magpapadraft, pirmahan si draft 1, revise, tapos pirma sa draft 2 hanggang sa makinis yung akda nila at the very end. Para at least makita din ng estudyante yung process ng paglago. Pero sometimes may mga estudyante na hindi nakakapagpasa ng draft, final draft agad, pero yun nga, may nakalagay doon sa babang side note. Yun lang naman po. But overall, we would say that as teachers, siguro nasa atin din po yung number 1 driving force kung paano magta-thrive yung AI in terms of teaching, especially in the humanities or creative arts. Yun lang po. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you po. Dagang salamat.
Thank you po. So, I think magandang place na din yun to cap off our workshop. And I'm sure a lot of your sharings within your groups are very eye-opening, at least na-try natin dito pa lang sa ating forum na mapag-usapan siya with other teachers. So hopefully, madala din natin to into your own faculties para din meron tayong ma-create nga na policies na natin for AI use when in our classroom. So for leading us in this exercise, nais nating pasalamatan na ngayon si Dr. Reynaldo. So we would like to present Dr. Reynaldo with her certificate of participation. So nais po naming tawagin si Dr. Reynaldo at si Dr. Vladimir Gonzalez and Sir Charleston Ong to present a certificate of appreciation for sharing her expertise with us. Miss Lexi. Maraming salamat po. So, ayun na, that ends our seminar workshop. Aww. Okay, we hope everyone had, ako din as a lecturer sa Los Baños din. Sobrang eye-opening ng entire workshop na to. Sobrang dami nating natutunang perspectives about how we integrate AI or how we guardrail din AI or even our students in protecting them from ano pa ba yung possible na dangers and opportunities natin with AI. So, para din i-cap off ang ating seminar workshop, we hope we are truly grateful for everyone's time and presence. So we have now come to the final part of Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop, our closing program. So here with his closing remarks, let us welcome Likhaan ICW Deputy Director Professor Rex Nepomuceno for his closing remarks. Ayan po. Sayang po wala siya kahapon na kompleto na po sana natin ang Team Keratin Plus.
Yes. Hello po, magandang hapon po muli sa ating lahat. Pagbati po sa ating lahat sa pagtatapos sa 3 araw ng pag-iisip, pakikipagbuno at paghiraya sa pagtuturo ng panitikan at malikhaing pagsulat sa panahon ng AI. Palakpakan naman po natin ang ating mga sarili. Siyempre po, pagsasalamat at pagbati rin sa ating mga naging tagapagsalita, sina Dr. Ramon Guillermo, Dr. Philip Pecson, Professor Adrian Ho, Professor Carl Joe Javier, Professor Mayi Padilla, Mr. Sarge Lacuesta, at siyempre po si Dr. Kristine Reynaldo. Napakayaman po ng mga kaalaman na inyong ibinahagi sa amin sa loob ng 3 araw na ito. Gusto ko rin pong kunin ang pagkakataon na ito para pasalamatan ang aming mga project research assistant, ang aming mga kawani sa Likhaan, UP Institute of Creative Writing na nanguna sa pag-oorganisa sa proyektong ito, particular kay Ms. Rona de la Peña at kay Ms. Alexis Bartolome. Ayan po sila. Ito po si Rona. Ayan po si Lexi, nagtatatakbo. Ayaw niya sa spotlight. Siyempre po salamat din sa nag-host sa atin, si Mr. Ayo Balanon.
You're all welcome po.
At syempre po sa lahat ng aming mga PRA, administrative staff, tech team na nag-asikaso ng ating pagkain, venue at streaming. Kasama ang palad ay 30 days lamang po naka-up yung ating live stream sa Facebook. Dahil may ganun po siyang clause ngayon na 30 days lamang ang live videos. So maaari nyo pong panoorin within the next month yung coverage po natin ng naging mga lektura rito. Nice ko rin po pasalamatan ng aming mga intern mula sa Bulacan State University. Nandun po sila, sila Ray, sila David, saka sila Sid. Ang staff po, syempre, ng UP Hotel. At maraming salamat po, syempre, sa pangunguna ng aming director, si Dr. Vlad Gonzalez. At saka ang aming ating workshop director, si Mr. Charles Sanong. Ayan po, sorry. Inano ko lang po, kinilala lamang po, Sige po, marami po na uncertainty o kawalang katiyakan yung inihapag sa atin sa mga nakarang araw. At hindi ko maiwasan na isipin na yung katangian ng mga proseso at ng mga senaryo na pinag-usapan natin sa nakarang araw ay very speculative. Pero sa palagay ko, may lugar at may pangangailangan talaga sa pagiging spekulatibo sa ganitong mga panahon. Napakabilis ng pagbabago na nagaganap sa ating mga classroom. Mas mabilis kaysa sa kaya nating tanawin bilang mga tao. At nararamdaman ko yung pagkabalisa, yung anxiety natin bilang mga guro para sa ating hinaharap. Anxiety dun sa kalidad ng pagkatuto na meron yung ating mga mag-aaral. Anxiety sa labor na ginagawa natin bilang mga guro. Anxiety sa kahandaan natin sa pagharap dito sa mga pagbabagong ito. Pero sa palagay ko yung anxiety na ito, yung pagkabalisa na ito ay nagmumula sa isang lugar ng pakialam, sa isang lugar ng pagkalinga, from a place of care. May pakialam tayo sa panitikan, may pakialam tayo sa pagsusulat, may pakialam tayo sa malikhaing proseso at sa mga pagbabagong kakaharapin nito sa panahon ng AI. May pakialam tayo sa ating mga propesyon at sa kadalasan ay invisible na labor na ginagawa nating mga guro. Sa panahon kaya ng automation, hindi ko mas iniisip ay kung dadali yung trabaho natin, kung madadagdagan pa yung trabaho natin, dahil mas malaki ba yung aasahan sa atin kasi may teknolohiya na tayo na ganito at our disposal. Bukod sa karaniwan natin na paghahanda sa ating mga klase na kadalasan inaabot na tayo ng madaling araw, ibig sabihin ba nito, kailangan pa natin yun patungan ng another separate na paghahanda dahil may AI na ngayon at kinakailangan nito ng bagong approach sa atin bilang mga guro. At higit sa lahat, may pakialam tayo sa ating mga estudyante. Magbabasa pa rin kaya sila? Matutuklasin pa rin kaya nila ang ligaya ng pagbuklat sa mga aklat na nabasa rin natin at nasihan din tayo ng mga estudyante pa tayo? Malalaman pa rin kaya nila yung saya ng at hirap syempre ng paghahanap ng sunod na linya kapag nagsusulat ka ng isang tula. Pero sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, masaya ako na malaman na lahat pala tayo ay anxious sa ano na to, sa mga bagay na ito, no. Lahat pala tayo ay nararanasan yung bagabag na ito. At dahil pinagsasaluhan yung bagabag na ito, mas naging hopeful ako sa pagharap sa AI, sa pagharap dito sa ganitong tipo ng panahon. Yung ano po kasi yung mga guro, at galing ako sa sa pamilya na puro teachers kami, tawag dito lolo lola ko at nanay ko ay guro din. At yung yung mga teachers, lalo pa sa mga high school teachers, elementary teachers, palagi nasa fault line yan ng ng mga cultural shifts eh. May disaster, may pagbabago ng malaki sa isang taga-probinsya kasi ako, sa probinsya, sa isang bayan, teacher palagi yung na nasa unahan ng mga ito. At masaya po kami sa likaan na sa panahon na ito na may malaking pagbabago na nagaganap sa ating sa teknolohiya. I think parang mga teachers pa rin po yung nasa nasa unahan nito. So yun lamang po siguro ang aking ibabahagi. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Pagbati po muli sa pagtatapos ng workshop natin na ito.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Rex. Ngayon po, tayo ay magpo-proceed na sa, I'm sure, pinaka-importanting bahagi ng ating programa, ang awarding of certificates. So kayo po ay tatawagin na lamang po ng 10 at a time at ipepresent po ang inyong certificate kasama ng ating Lukhan ICW Director Dr. Vlad Gonzalez at ang ating Workshop Director for Gemino Abad Seminar Workshop. Sir Charleston Ong. 8 at a time pala tayo. Sorry po. So tinatawagan ng mga sumusunod para tanggapin ang kanilang certificate of participation. So Abonales Teris. Dan, 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 dan. Ayan na. Alamo Ella May. Okay. Almuesto Jedith Vic. Yay. Arcilia Andres. Jill Basierto. Mark Bonabon. Joseph Boyles. Ronald Cabigon. Adalric Cabal. And Joseph Boyles. Thank you po. Tinatawagan naman si Julia Pearl Meg Kalaunan. Darrell Casiano. Cheryl Siasico. Yes naman. Hazel Ann Cesa. Michelle Collado. Darwin Cruz. Avin Carl Cruzada. At Daphne Danyo. And picture po tayo. Congratulations po. Sherwin Dakiwag. Marian K. Destrajo. Sorry po. Surprise! Sir Al Jeffrey Gonzalez. Sir Peter Grumo. Joris Gumanay Nasol. Ma'am Joris Gumanay. Ayun po. Sorry po. Traffic. Ay. Alter Hofilenya. Abigail James James. Taray. Sorry po. Winona Bea Javier. Congratulations po for graduating from Encantadia. Kabisala Eshwa sa lahat. Ipagpatuloy natin ang laban against Kera Mitena. Sunod naman. Of course. Ma'am Karen Lacking. Nicole May Lozada. Gian Mamuyak. Efren Manakov Jr. Ruth Ann Mante. Eric Jr. Morgia. Melvin Mortera. At Alessandro Nioda. Okay. Princess Catherine Pabellano. Mark Philip Paderan. Lizelle Peña. Jeneline Punzalan. Yun ang kaya Roseth Salvan. Ferdinand Mark Sandoval. Marwin Sarandin. At Lian Carlos Suelan. Ay, tama. Salamat po. Ngayon naman po, Miss Charma Rose Tadeja. Ona Pierre Talye. Francis Tanay. Christian Lloyd Valenzuela. Jake Villanueva. At Maria Angelica Wong. Maraming salamat po. Congratulations to all our graduates. Now you are ready to face the challenges of the world, Kemi. To be brave, Kemi. Okay. At syempre, bago tayo tuluyang magpaalam sa isa't isa, dalawang mensahe muna mula sa inyong mga batchmates. So tinatawagan natin si Miss IC Wong from UP Visayas para maghatid ng kanyang salutatory speech. Charing.
Thank you. As batch salutatorian of the University of Encantadia. Okay. Workshop Director Professor Charleston Ong, Director of the Likhaan Institute of Creative Writing, Dr. Vladimir Gonzalez, and Deputy Director Professor Rex Nepomuceno, to the ICW staff and fellow participants, fellow graduates, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Abisan. Honestly, it is difficult to speak on behalf of everyone, but I will try my best. What is even more difficult to do is to synthesize the many incisive and thought-provoking lectures and inputs from our speakers and panelists. But let me start with a premise that all of us in this room may agree on. That the use of AI offers us a possibility of the intermingling of human and machine agencies. At ang speech na ito ay halimbawa niyan. Kung si Sir Bowman ay may hybrid novel, ako ay may hybrid speech. Pero I also took into account the criteria of Dr. Reynaldo this afternoon on the responsible use of AI. So most of what I say ay original na. Sa katunayan, while writing this speech with some prompts from ChatGPT, binuo ko rin ito while at dinner table with the inputs of my relatives last night, who are also teachers. Kaya kung may magandang linya dito, baka galing yon sa kanila. Kung medyo corny, galing yun sa AI. Since malapit na rin ang Halloween, let me play around with the kanluraning trend, is AI a trick or a treat? Minsan, parang trick. AI hallucinates, it may forget, it can have bias, but despite these, AI seems to always be confident kahit na mali siya. Pero natutuhan din natin na ang AI ay may treats din. Nakakatulong mag-organize ng thoughts, magpa-spark ng idea, magbukas ng posibilidad, mag-check ng papel, gumawa ng routine tasks, at gumawa ng schedules. Pero ganun din naman tayo minsan mga tao. We forget, we hallucinate, sana naman hindi. We carry biases. The difference is we know that we do. We have consciousness, reflection, and the gift of discernment. May kakayahan tayong huminto, magtanong, umamin na nagkamali, at humingi ng tulong. Lalo na sa loob ng ligtas na komunidad na gaya nito sa workshop seminar na Gemino Abad. As literature and creative writing teachers, we live in that tension between the human and the machine. We learned that AI offers speed, efficiency, and refined products. But we also learned that we can choose to value process over product, purposefulness over perfection, and positionality over prompt. In fact, for us human beings, the process is sometimes even more important, even more pleasurable, because this is the transformative path. Naalala ko, sabi ni Sir Rex sa roundtable ng Day 1, may giliw sa paglikha.
O di kaya sa lecture ni Sir Bomen sa UPV noong 2023 na hindi ako maka-move on. Sabi niya, AI is not capable of dying. Wala na akong time magtanong anong ibig sabihin niya. Again, is this a trick or is this a treat? Pero syempre, beyond the fascination of what AI can do, there is a much greater reality that I cannot let go. And this is something that I have expressed to some of my fellow participants. AI is not neutral. It is built by companies that mine and monopolize data. They consume energy and reshape our attention and our tastes to conform to what is hegemonic. I feel guilty na nag-prompt ako last night actually. I'm personally very conflicted to know that current models of AI are built in a certain way and that some moments I could not stop myself from using AI. Sa ganitong sitwasyon, mahalaga ang papel nating mga nasa humanidades at mga guro to keep asking the hard questions and to make the difficult decisions. Sino ang nakikinabang? Sino ang tinatapakan? At paano natin mapapanatiling makatao ang paglikha sa panahon ng AI, digitalization, militarization, surveillance capitalism? Kung ang AI ay trick, siguro ang tunay na treat ay ito. Ang ating patuloy na pagninilay, pagtutulungan, at pagmuni-muni. To wrap up, at para sa mas mahalagang parte ng response na to, on behalf of all the participants, nagpapasalamat po kami ng lubos sa mga organizers, facilitators, speakers, and panelists that made this event possible. Maraming salamat po, Sir Charleston, Sir Vlad, for overseeing this event. Ms. Rona and Ms. Lexi as the heads of this project and the persons behind the emails and all the things happening. Maraming salamat po. Sir Ayo for being such an energetic and insightful host. Sa logistics and documentation team, social media team, at sa lahat ng staff ng ICW, kayo po ang backbone ng event na to. Maraming salamat. Thank you to the University Hotel for providing us with a comfortable space and good food. Ultimately, thank you everyone for building a space that reminds us that technology may compute, but only humans can care and create. At sa pagtatapos, happy almost Halloween, pero para mas Filipino ang context, naway mabisita natin ang ating mga minamahal sa buhay na yumao kasi baka sila ang bumisita sa atin. Text 143 kung gusto nyo sa paanan, 142 kung sa salamin. We've had these 3 full days of suggestions and ideas as to how we could navigate the tensions and opportunities that AI brings. This gives us 2 choices. We can fall into the trick of being dependent on AI or acknowledge its threats while realizing that we are our own person, responsible and accountable for our own actions. Honestly, ako, kailangan ko pang i-process lahat nito. But I have decided on 2 things. 1, pagbalik ko ng school, mag-journaling kami ng mga students ko under the mango tree. Pangalawa, mag-iinuman ako with friends because this workshop has taught me to value human communities. At this point, it is up to each one of us, human beings with agency, to discern the role of AI in our classrooms, in our decision-making, and in our lives. For sure, we will see each other at another time at sa Facebook. And let's talk about what we have discerned when we see each other again. Maraming salamat po ulit sa lahat, sa ICW, to my co-fellows. Graduate na tayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you sa ating salutatorian. At syempre, kailangan siyang kalabanin ng ating valedictory speech. Tinatawagan si Sir Darwin Cruz mula sa Mabandan Academy.
Ayan. My gulay, how are you going to do this? Nung tinapa ko ni ate, anong nga uling name niya? Sabi niya, actually kasalanan to ni siya po talaga yung dapat na mag-i-speech dito. Tapos tinuro niya ako. Dahil sa college na daw si Ice, ako na lang daw dahil ako daw sa secondary. So wala po akong nasabi kung hindi. Okay, ayan. So ito po ay hindi po sa pilitan, kung hindi ito po ay wala ka nang magagawa. So as a teacher, talagang kailangan po nating yung call of duty. So gawin po natin ang dapat nating gawin. Alright. So papaano po ba natin to sasabihin? For the longest time, 25 years po ako sa public. Every semester, every sem break, yan. Hindi po kami nagbe-break. Ang ginagawa po namin ay uupo kami ng 8 o'clock. Tapos kakain po kami bandang 10. Tapos uupo ulit kami hanggang 12. Then kakain kami hanggang 1. Then maghihintay kami hanggang 5 para umuwi. For 5 days, we will be doing that. Nung hindi pa uso ang cellphone, nandun ako sa dulo. Yung may hawak ng computer doon, sa soundsman ako, natutulog ako. Yun po yung ginagawa ko. Because I did not find this seminar or those seminars appealing to me. For the longest time, 25 years, mabuti na lang po nauso yung cellphone. So pag nagsiseminar na, hawak ko na yung cellphone ko. Ilang series ang napapanood ko. Yun po yung experience ko. But today, with all honesty, maraming salamat po sa inyo. For the first time, in the longest time, natuwa po ako. Hindi ko po nahawakan masyado yung cellphone ko. Nahawakan ko lang siya pag nagpipicture ako ng slides. No? Nakalimutan ko nga po magpa-picture. No? Meron akong nakakatuwang experience during this seminar. Maaga po ako dito. 7 o'clock ako dumating nung Monday. And then, when Sir Jimmy came in, may lumalapit sa kanya, hello po sir, pwede pong magpa-picture. So ako naman tong si Tanga. Pinicturean ko. Okay, pwede ako na lang pong picture. Bait ako eh. Tapos ang dami nakapila. Picture. And then nung pinakilala siya, Sir Gemino. Nahiya po ako. And to make it more, nakakatawa, ang dami kong pinicturean. Hindi ako nakapagpa-picture. Pwede po bang pabalikin natin si Sir? Sorry. Kasi po sa totoo lang, ampun lang po ako dito. I am a math major. Yeah. It so happened that my teachers could not come here, so that's why I volunteered myself to be here. And then, ire-re-echo ko po ito bukas sa kanila. So, pagbalik ko doon sa eskwelahan namin. And sobrang ang dami ko pong gustong sabihin sa kanila. And it's all thanks to all these people. So, muli po, ang dami ko pong natutunan. No, sobra. Yung love ko for seminar has been open. No, sobrang gusto ko na po, tinanong ko na nga po sila kung kailan yung susunod. Ayan. So, tawag dito, I was overwhelmed. Yun lang po. I was overwhelmed. Yung love ko for teaching, parang sobrang nadagdagan pa. Kasi ang dami pa pala nating pwedeng gawin as a teacher. I've been teaching for 28 years na po. Wag niyo na pong competent kung ano na yung edad ko. Sabi ko, parang ako yata yung pinakamatanda dito. Ayan. So, ano bang natin? Ano bang nangyari dito? Ano bang nangyari? Ayan. Kasi pagka po nasa meron akong papel. Old school pa po ako eh. Hilig ko po talaga mag-host. And then ready po ako. Tapos eto sasabihin mag-speech ka naman dyan. Ano magagawin ko? Ako rin po ay isang nomad. No, pagdating sa AI, nagdudunong-dunungan lamang po ako. And thanks to all of you, ang dami ko po natutunan talaga. So, ginawa ko, para lang pinuntahan ko yung feedback. So, to sum up everything, So gusto ko pong magpakatotoo. Yung nangyari dun sa, hindi ko po kayo bibigyan ng perfect score. Yung kasi more than perfect po ang score nyo sa akin. Ayan, sa lahat po ha, more than perfect po. Yung productivity and helpfulness, hindi po kayo nakatulong. Sobra po yung tulong ninyo sa amin. Yung new concept, wala pong bago. Sobrang bago po yon. Yung mga panelists natin, hindi po kayo nakakatuwa. Sobrang nakakatuwa po kayo. Kung nandito pa po si Dr. Kristine, tatanungin ko po siya, Ma'am, humihinga po ba kayo? Actually, when you were in front, talagang hinahabol ko yung hininga ko. I could not breathe. Sobrang, sabi ko, this is the type of teacher that we want to have. Sobra, ang swerte po ng mga teachers, ng mga estudyante ninyo, sa lahat po ng mga panelists natin, napakaswerte po. So, the goal is, as teachers, as educators, is to be like them. Kasi pag lahat po tayo, katulad nila, every students will learn from us. So, ano ba natutunan ko rito? Wala. Wala akong natutunan. Kasi nawala lahat yung para akong blank slate. And thanks to you, nagkaroon na ako ng dot. And through that dot, mapupuno ko yung blank slate ko. So, tap natin yung ating mga katabi. Pakitap. Congratulations. Ayan. Sa ating pong and then I'll be requesting everybody to please stand up. Tayo po tayo lahat. Harap po tayo yung mga taong nasa likod at palakpakan po natin sila. Muli po, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you po, thank you po.